Happy Hour Friday starts now. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, we've got a full Happy Hour Friday show for you. Mike McGarry, Bob Wankel, Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat, the Friday Five. Little football at 4, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. I've had a day today. It's a Happy Hour Friday. I've had a little Happy Hour Friday feel. We've got some news we'll talk to you about in the 3 o'clock hour. Also, little Nuggets today. Nuggets is back in the house. We'll do the Nuggets at 4:30 today on the Sports Bash. So Phil's tonight against Toronto. You've got a Ranger Suárez, Kevin Gausman matchup tonight. Lineup should be out in about an hour or so. We'll discuss that. Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. We'll talk to him about the status of this lineup right now. Which guys, we talked yesterday about Alec Boehm kind of getting back into form. Now, that form might not be good enough. Alec Boehm at his best probably doesn't profile where the Phillies are using him. And I don't know, well, I do know. The Phillies do not have a player on the team that profiles what they need. But if everybody kind of gets back to the back of their baseball card, what's the ceiling of this team? Boehm has seemingly been the one guy. No, I take that back. Boehm has kind of turned it around a little bit here. Well, not a little bit. He has been scorching in the month of May and in June. But Marsh just started to turn it around a little bit, and now he got hurt. I don't know if he'll be in the lineup tonight or not. Romildo's been a little bit better recently. Kepler hasn't given them much. Stott has been, struggling a bit. So we'll see. So Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat at 3 o'clock today, my Friday 5. I got off to a rough start this morning, Josh. I was supposed to meet Dad for breakfast this morning.
Now, really quick, are you meeting him today in ahead of Father's Day or just a regular weekly breakfast?
No, just our regular. We meet on Fridays. Gotcha. Generally, have a little breakfast. We usually meet in the 9 o'clock hour. He said 9:30. I said, yeah, no problem. So I'm getting ready to start my day to get ready. Now, I got a little later start than I normally would have. We were like kind of, sitting around, drinking the coffee, looked at the watch. I said, it's 9 o'clock. I got to get moving here. So I start to get moving. So people watching the video might recognize I'm a little cleaner shaven today.
Yes.
So I have 2 electric razors.
Okay.
One of them has like the you change the setting, like the clip.
The clip, yes. And
it comes off on. So it's not the most stable. It's a little not firmly connected.
Okay.
So I put that one on, and I always have trepidation, but I was rushing. So I was rushing, and I go up and zzz, right up the side.
So now you're like, oh, bleep.
Yeah. Now I'm like, well,
I got to even this out.
I got to even this out. But I don't trust that piece to do it.
So do you go to the
So
other
I go
one?
to the other one.
Okay.
The other one's dead.
Oh, of course it is.
No power. Hasn't been plugged in. So it's not like a cell phone where, like, if you plug it back in, you can, like, immediately return it back on. And
no, those things take like 10, 20 minutes.
If not longer. I found out today. Longer is the over.
Is the answer. Okay.
Yeah. So I plug it in. It's like, all right, you know what? I'll jump in the shower. I'll plug it in. When I get out of the shower, that'll be, 10, 15 minutes. Things should be charged back up. I could even this thing out. Start to even it out. There's enough of a charge to get me through one side, then it dies.
Ooh.
Got to plug it back in. About 10, 15 more minutes. Now, by this point, I'm supposed to be Dad at 9:30. We're at 9:45.
So now you're texting Dad, running
he says,
late.
Status. And I give him, 10, 15 minutes, which I'm
already 10, 15 minutes past.
And I know I need this thing to charge for another 10 to 15 minutes. Well, I wait 10, 15 minutes, and I try to start cleaning up the other side, and then it dies again on me. And I'm not finished where I'm at. Mind you, I've already showered, and now I've shaved not once but twice.
So now you almost feel like you need another shower.
I have to get back in the shower for a second time because I got hair all over me.
Right.
Now, I don't know how I left the house or what I look like right now, but that thing died again, and I said, I can't wait anymore. I got to go.
So if I didn't know your story, I would say you look like you went with a shorter trim for summertime.
That wasn't the goal, but it's a
Well, that's
little
what it looks
uneven.
like.
Do we have patches anywhere? Is it uneven anywhere? I mean,
the
I was cutting it with scissors, trying to take
now,
certain areas down.
For my visual, can you turn your face to your right? No, the other way. There you go. It looks even. I would say maybe like the chin strap to the lip region looks a little thicker than the sides.
Yeah, it's just not what I was going for.
Yeah.
Not what I was going for. So I don't this has happened to me a handful of times where that other one, which is a higher quality one, but the piece doesn't snap in.
Okay.
Just doesn't snap. I need that like snap.
Maybe you need to get a new one.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a nice gift, and it's like just not working for me right now because it's got to be too light. You got to do it, and then sometimes if you hit it, it comes falling off, and if it falls off, then zzz,
Yep.
and then I'm like, well, now I'm kind of screwed here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I understand the two razor part because I also have two electrics. I have one that's like a precision one, and I have another one that's more heavy duty.
Yeah, I would say this is similar. The one I got is like a little Walmarter, right?
Okay.
Smaller, just kind of doesn't, but quickly gets the job done.
Yeah, like I have a small Remington that's like
Ooh.
a precision one.
Little Remington.
That thing's like 10 years old now, but it still gets the job
Come with a
done.
little Burt.
What's up?
Little Burt, Old Spice. Does it come with that? Like a little free, little aftershave? You go aftershave?
No, I'm a Noxzema guy.
Gotcha. Like the old, if you listen to the games on the radio, isn't one of the sponsors for like Monday Night Football is some sort of like
Oh, the shaving cream.
aftershave, Barbasol.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't use any aftershave. I don't even use shaving cream. I haven't bought shaving cream in like 15, 20 years.
You know what's interesting? You said that. I actually stopped using shaving cream about I think it was 15 years ago because it was one of the situations where I couldn't afford any. And I was like, I'm just going to see what happens. And I was like, you know what? I'm having a much better shaving experience without the shaving cream.
Just go a little soap or something. A little shampoo.
Nope. I just go hot water. I hot water it, and then I put the Noxzema on when I'm done.
Well, my whole day has been off the track
Right. So
because
now
of this
you're
whole
like
situation.
your whole day is just like off
Well, then
the
I had to
rails.
get to like I felt like my dog ate my homework. I get to the restaurant and I got to explain as my dad's sitting there waiting for me. Hey, I'm 35 minutes late because I had a shaving incident here to where I just could not leave the house. What do you mean you couldn't leave the house? Well, my shaver died and it wouldn't charge fast enough. Yeah, well. So that's kind of sounds like the Phillies lineup died and is not charging fast enough to kind of get themselves back in. But I will say, one of the questions I kind of had in my mind for the listeners today, 609-403-0973, you take a look at this Phillies team. Is the Phillies offense ready to turn things around? In other words, as the calendar has flipped to the month of June, this is typically, hey, things start to turn around a little bit, start to, ball carries a little bit more. Are we going to start to see some of these offensive malaises kind of end? And I'm talking about, like, we've already seen Bohm kind of come around, but I'm talking about we're going to start to see more power from Castellanos. Are we going to get more power from Max Kepler? Kepler's a guy that I don't know if people really know this guy too much. He played for the Twins, has been hurt, but he is a guy who has hit for power in the past. Max Kepler is a guy that had a 35 home run season, back in 2019. It's still a long time ago, but still, he's a guy that has shown the ability to hit the ball over the fence. And we always ask the question, like, what were the Phillies thinking about? What were the Phillies hoping to get from Max Kepler when they signed him. Like, if he had a breakout big season, we're getting this guy on the cheap. Now, you signed him for $10 million, by the way. That's not really on the cheap.
Right.
But what did you think Max Kepler could be? Well, in 2023, if he was that player that had 24 home runs, hit 260 with a 233 on base percentage, his WAR was 2.9, I think the Phillies would probably say that's the guy we got for $10 million. We got a guy hit 260 with 24 homers, 66 RBI. That's the guy that we hope to get for $10 million. Well, right now he's hitting 210 with a 296 on base. He's got 7 homers and 24 RBI. So he's not quite the player that he was in 2023. But now the calendar flips to June. Can he start to approach those numbers? JT Realmuto, he's another guy. You look at JT Realmuto's numbers, and they are way off of where he generally has finished. Like if you're saying, hey, this is what JT does, this is what JT is, and this is what he's doing, he don't look like he's a guy that's getting there. He's at 234 right now with a 301 on base percentage. His power numbers are down. He only has 5 homers. His RBIs are down. He only has 25. Put it in perspective, last year he played 99 games. So right now he's played just over 50% of that. He's not on pace to hit as many homers as he did last year. He hit 14 homers. He only has 5 right now. So if you double that up, he's only on pace for 10 homers in 100 games, which is way off the mark for JT. His batting average is 30 points off of last year's. His on-base percentage is 20 points off of last year's. Can he approach last year's pace where JT, 266, 14 homers, 47 RBI in 99 games? If he played another 62 games last year, 63 games last year, I don't know, what do you hit 20 homers on the season? And you're looking back at his numbers and saying, hey, JT in 22 hit 22 homers. JT in 23 hit 20 homers. And if he played another 62 games last year, would he hit the same amount of homers? So can he get the month of June to kind of kickstart him? I think Brandon Marsh is an interesting one. And I'm going to bring up Marsh, and I don't even know if he's going to play tonight. I would imagine he would play if he's healthy. He is listed as day-to-day. He did not play in Wednesday's game because of his elbow problem. But Marsh is up to 241 all of a sudden. His on-base percentage, can you believe this? Brandon Marsh's on-base percentage is 341. Like, how did that happen? He was in the abyss, and he's at 341 on base. His power numbers are way down. He's only got 2 homers. Last year he had 16 home runs. But I guess my question on Brandon Marsh is he did miss some time with the injury. He got off to a horrific start. But can Brandon Marsh get a hot streak to where he carries this team offensively from the bottom of the order and approaches his numbers from last year, which were 16 home runs, 60 RBI. He had 60 RBI 2 straight seasons. He had 60 RBI in 2023. He had 60 RBI last year. And in both seasons, he played 135 games last year, 133 games the year before. So he's been about a 60 RBI guy and about a 13, 14 homer guy. That would mean he has a lot of production that is in there still if he approaches those numbers. Are we bailing on the notion that Marsh can approach his numbers?
I would even ask Mike, are his numbers good enough? Is his numbers, if he gets to what the back of the baseball card says, is that good enough for this team?
Well, that's a good question in terms of if all these guys that I'm talking about, Bohm, Castellanos, Realmuto, Marsh, Kepler, if they all match the back of their baseball card, is that good enough? And I think what we know it's good enough for is it's good enough for them to get to the playoffs.
Right.
But is it good enough to get them over the hump? So if they are, what their baseball cards say they are, yes, they're good enough. But good enough to do what? And so far, they're back in the baseball cards, they're not hitting. They're not getting to the back of the baseball cards, which means June, July, August, September, some of these guys are going to really give you some fun. If Marsh can get back there, he's about to go on a tear. If Realmuto can go back there, he's about to go on a tear. Bohm is kind of already starting to make his way back there. If Nick Castellanos can, I don't know that Nick's power. I just don't see Nick hitting 25 home runs. I don't know that he has that left in him anymore. We'll see. But the one guy I haven't mentioned is Stott. Are we worried about Stott?
I'm worried about him in the fact that I think that he had that nice little spike at first when he became the leadoff hitter, and he has dropped off. And now I'm starting to wonder, Mike, the whole conversation was, well, I had an elbow issue last year. It looks like it's more than an elbow issue with his hitting. He does not look like he's seeing the ball well. And this is a guy who, when he first came up, looked like he had the potential to be a solid, guy who hits maybe 280 to 290 every year with a good on base percentage. Now he looks just completely lost.
Yeah, so far Stott has been, I would say, here's a question for everybody out there. I think the easiest sight unseen answer would be Marsh. Who's been the most disappointing player in the offense?
Wow. I mean, there's so many candidates.
Who do you guys think?
See, to me, it's not Marsh because I never have expectations for Marsh.
Marsh had a pretty good year last year, to be fair to him.
He had a solid year.
I said pretty good year. It's pretty good and solid, the same definition.
Not to me.
Oh, well, then we just said on different definitions. Like, I would say solid is like...
Solid is closer to above average.
That's what I think pretty good is.
To me, pretty good's above average.
Now it's semantics.
Yep.
We've wasted everybody's time here. Pretty good and solid are about the same. So I think Marsh, for what he is, batting in the 9-hole, generally 8-hole, last year he had a solid season what do you want from a guy hitting in the bottom of the lineup? You want to hit 300?
No, but
I feel like you're asking a lot here.
But it goes back to the question I asked you yesterday.
Let me just give you his numbers from last year real quick.
Okay.
Maybe he had 249, 16 homers, 60 RBI, 328 on base, 3.1 WAR. I mean, what were he? And then the year before that, he had 277 with a 372 on base percentage, 12 homers, 60 RBI, a 3.4 WAR. I mean, I feel like his numbers now are way off. Actually, it's weird. Last year he had 249. This year he's hitting 241. Last year he had 328 on base. This year he's 341. It's crazy that his numbers are actually similar. Now his power numbers are way off.
Right.
Last year he had 16 homers. Now he has 2. See, I always thought he provided a little pop at the bottom of the lineup. He was a spark in that role. I didn't have a problem with him as against right-handed pitching. He can't hit lefties a lick.
No.
But I was never like, this guy stinks. He's unplayable.
Well, my problem with Marsh is that if you're not getting that pop you're talking about, it doesn't offset his liabilities as center fielder.
Well, I think as a center fielder, he's regressed. He
Definitely.
does not cover the ground that you should for a center fielder.
He doesn't read the ball well at times either.
Yeah, he takes bad reads.
It's like you see him and you're like, dude, where are you going?
I agree with that 100%. But I think if I just said, who has been the most disappointing offensive player, I think everybody would default to Stott. No, I mean to Marsh. Your reason's a little different. You're saying I don't expect much from him at all. I guess my expectations isn't a lot from him, but I feel like he hasn't been a albatross for you in the past. Now he almost feels like an albatross.
But see, Stott to me is more disappointing because I viewed him when he first came up as a guy.
Everybody seemingly has. McGarry said a lot, hey, he's a guy that I really thought. It didn't help things when, I think it was Kevin Long said, or somebody said, they viewed him as a potential batting champion. That really hurt him. Because now everybody, this guy can win the batting title.
And now he can't get it to 300.
Can't get to 250. What do you mean 300? He's hitting 237.
Right.
He's been dreadful.
But his on base percentage is even worse.
On base percentage 299. Last year 315. The year before that, even when he had a good year, a good solid year in 2023, he hit 280, 15 homers, 62 RBI, 329 on base. He's never been a big on base guy, and you kind of look at him as like, okay, second base, left-handed swing, high contact, get on base. Not really that guy. I don't know what he is as a hitter. He's a guy to me that if you say what's been the most disappointing guy, I do think a lot of people would default to Marsh, but I think Stott's the answer.
I mean, we could always say Castellanos just because he's getting paid what he's getting paid, and he's just
tough as I am on Castellanos. It's for a different reason. It's what you paid him to be. He's not not an albatross.
No, but he's had 1 year where he looked like that guy. And
I don't
the
even know if
other
that's.
years,
I don't even know if that's true. He had 29 home runs the 1 year, but they felt very empty.
But still, like, at least he gave you 1 year where you were like,
He
okay,
did.
that's kind of what I was looking for.
Even in the year, just to put it in perspective, in 2023,
he was an all-star that year.
He had 29 homers and 106 RBI. He hit 272. He had a 311 on base. And you would say, all right, there had to be some other things that kind of stand out.
Well, the homers and the RBI kind of offset the on-base at that point.
I guess so.
100 RBI is nothing to sneeze at.
It's not. I listen, I'm the first to tell you, if you drive in runs, I can have an appreciation for a guy who can figure out a way to drive a run in. And that might lower your batting average because, hey, you ground out to third base and a guy scores, we always complain. You got a guy on third base with less than 2 outs, you got to find a way to get him home. I don't care what it is. So if you get that guy home and it hurts your batting average, but you get an RBI, I have no problem with that. But I will say, his WAR in the year that he had his best year in Philadelphia, 29 homers, 106 ribbies, just to put it in perspective, with a 272 batting average and 311 on base was 1.6. So they're basically saying, you're really not worth all that much, even with the numbers that you provided for your team. So I'm not saying that he's been the most disappointing because this year he's hitting 287. I mean, listen, you got a guy hitting almost 300. It's hard to say, like, it's not what you expected from him, but he hasn't been the most disappointing.
But it brings
That's
us back
fair.
to the full circle point, which is we're talking about three guys here, Castellanos, Marsh, and Stott. We'll throw Kepler in and Realmuto in for 4 or 5.
Kepler's tough just because he's new.
Okay, well, let's leave him out. You have four guys who they just keep feeling like that you wanting them to get to a certain level. And this year, they're not giving you that level of production. And now you're wondering, am I even good enough to make a deep run in the postseason?
Well, their pitching's good enough. The answer will always be yes, because their pitching's good enough. Their pitching is good enough to win the World Series.
Well, we said that
Their
last
starting
year.
pitching.
But the bats have failed them multiple years in the postseason. How many times has Zach Wheeler or fill-in-the-blank pitcher gone to a mound, have a good outing, and then either the bullpen or the bats just die?
Totally fair. I'm just saying, you have to have some making of a World Series champion. They have the making of the World Series champion through their pitching staff. Now, that doesn't mean that the other areas will not fail them, but they can win the World Series. Why? If their pitching shuts you down for a week, they throw a couple of gems where you win 2-1, they can win because of that. That's a formula for them to win. 609-403-0973. Glenn from Northfield says, most disappointing is Nola and Kepler brutal. Nola has been very disappointing, but to say he's the most disappointing, I'm not going to put him in there, and I'll tell you why. They haven't needed him to produce. So he has been disappointing, but it hasn't hurt the team. They've had plenty of guys step into his spot. You can't have Stott be disappointing because you don't have anybody to replace him. You can't have Realmuto be disappointing because you don't have anybody to replace him. You can't have Kepler be disappointing because the alternative is worse. The whole batting lineup of disappointment, you can't have them be disappointing because you have no replacements. Nola is a disappointment, but you had a replacement for him, and that's why I can't put Nola in that category as the most disappointing. Glenn, as always, appreciate the text, pal. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. If you missed our conversation with Hembo, Paul Hembekides, check it out on the YouTube channel, at Mike Gill Show. We've got the unsportsmanlike moment of the day coming up. Nuggets, but coming up next, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City stops by to give us a look at the weekend. Phillies, Blue Jays. It's all happening at Citizens Bank Park. All right, 2:30 Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday, everybody. What are you having on a Happy Hour Friday? Get involved. Let me know. I want to hear from you, 609-403-0973. We got a couple text messages. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Let me read off a text real quick before Mike jumps on. Phil from Brigantine says, Mike, can we point out the Floyds with most Philly hitters, JT, etc., but we all think we're looking at Stott's upside and living up to the potential that we obviously overestimated. He is by far becoming not the most consecutive season disappointment, but a career disappointment that will force him to search for a future replacement. They thought their biggest issue in the field was Bohm? Question mark. He says the most disappointing player has been Bryson Stott. Let's get Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City's take on that. We've been asking our listeners, Mike, got a lot of offensive options for most disappointing this year. Who would be your pick for most disappointing offensive player through the first 60-plus games for Philadelphia?
Well, who's that guy that just texted in? Phil
and Brigantine.
Phil from Brigantine is 110% correct. To me, the most disappointing Philadelphia Philly, without question, is Bryson Stott. I thought he was going to be so much more of the better player, but he is the same player he was last year when he supposedly was injured. He is a guy that just cannot hit a fastball, soft contact. He's a guy I thought was going to hit 20 home runs, 30 doubles, bat 280, maybe bat 300 occasionally. And right now, he is an automatic out. So, Phil from Brigantine, I agree with you. It's Bryson Stott. And to me, it's almost a landslide.
Yeah, I know. I said it's almost by default. You almost feel like it's Marsh, but Marsh has actually come around a little bit recently. Bohm has come around. He got off to an awful start. It almost has to be Stott. And I guess his point is, you thought of him as the future guy at second base, but are you actually looking at an upgrade for him this season?
Hey, Mike, I agree. Again, it's Bryson Stott because we just expected so much more from him. I really expected him to come up and be a mainstay on this team, an anchor in the middle of the infield for the next 8 to 10 years. And now, Mike, I think if he continues to hit like this, you've got to start looking pretty soon is this guy, are we going to trot this guy out here on an everyday basis? Do we put Sosa out there, bench Stott for a little bit? Do we look for another solution? So, yeah, I agree. Stott was a guy we thought was going to be, a Larry Bower type of guy, a Dave Cash type of guy, a Manny Trio type of guy, be like a Rollins or an Utley, anchor that middle of the infield for 6, 7, 8 years. And, we just have not seen it. And I think right now, if he continues to hit this way, you're going to have to do something at that second base spot because this can't continue.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Yes, Stott, a little bit of an issue. We go around the horn and you start to look around. As Bohm settled in enough, and I guess the question is Bohm settled in enough to remain in the middle of the order, or do you need an upgrade to where he's hitting in the lineup? Not an upgrade to him. He could stay in the lineup. It just should be someplace a little deeper. Or are you okay with his production in the middle of the lineup?
Yeah, I'm okay with Alec Bohm, but here's the caveat with Alec Bohm. You can have a guy, now again, National League All-Star third baseman last year, 97 RBIs last year. Maybe he's never going to hit for the power that we kind of envision him hitting for. Maybe he's never going to be a 25 to 30 home run guy, but you need that slug from the middle of the order. I'm okay with Bohm in the middle of the order, but if Bohm's going to be in the middle of the order, now you're going to need Bryce Harper to be Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper's hurt right now, and even when he was healthy, he wasn't, hitting the ball for power the way he has in previous years. You're okay. I'm okay with Bohm in the middle of the order and playing like he is now, but you're going to need the slug from other guys, and here's the issue. You're not getting that slug from the other guys right now. So Bohm is okay. Bohm is what Bohm is. But you can tolerate Bohm if the other guys are slugging. The other guys aren't slugging. So that's the issue there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I've always said, hey, listen, Bohm is a productive guy. He'll drive in runs. He'll hit about 280. He does ground into a lot of double plays, which is a problem. But you can handle what he gives you if he's hitting 6, 7, 8. Hitting him in the 3, 4, or 5 spot, I think, is where one of the problems this team has constantly had is they just don't have enough slug in that spot. And we were talking about, look, Bohm is starting to get to the back of the baseball card. If the rest of these guys start to trend towards the back of the baseball card, is it as a dire offensive situation?
No, I mean, they're a pretty good, they're a streaky offensive team, but they're a very good offensive team when you just look at the numbers. The problem has been the streakiness in the past. And the question, Mike, it's a legitimate question to ask. Are these guys going to get to the back of the baseball card? Is JT Realmuto going to get to the back of the baseball card when it comes to his power numbers this year? Is Bryce Harper going to get to the back of the baseball card when it comes to his power numbers this year? You're right. These guys, if they get to the back of the baseball card, this is a team that can slug. This is a team that will slug. They're streaky, but they'll hit home runs. The question is age, injury, might not guys get to the back of the baseball card this year, and what does that mean for the team?
Yeah, what does that mean if these guys don't start to turn it around? Bohm has kind of turned it around. I look at Marsh. Marsh, I can't believe his on-base percentage is actually .341. I don't know how he got to that all of a sudden, but he started to get there, and now he's hurt a little bit. We'll see if he's in the lineup tonight. Mike, you wrote about this 2 days ago after the Phillies lost. JT Realmuto said, it feels like anything that can go wrong has gone wrong. Did you walk into that clubhouse feeling like, man, this has really hit a low point?
Well, you know, they are very good at kind of putting what happened yesterday behind them and focusing on today, right? And they're all professional athletes who have had a lot of success in their lives. So, I would venture to say, Bryce Harper walks into that clubhouse, Kyle Schwarber walks into that clubhouse, Nick Castellanos walks into that clubhouse. They don't walk in saying, oh, my God, I'm going to go 0 for 4 today and hitting the 2 double plays. They walk in there saying, I'm going to go 4 for 4 with 3 home runs and we're going to win. That's just kind of the attitude that they have, and they should have that attitude. But I think what JT was talking about is they've gotten into a streak. Brandon Marsh wins the game Monday night. He gets 2 hits on Tuesday night, and then he gets hurt just when he seems to be turning it around. He's got to come out of the lineup. It seems like every break of the game was going against them for a while, and we'll see if they have started to work their way out of it. For all our complaining about them, Mike, and all our, analyzing them on a daily basis and stuff, they're still one of the best teams in baseball. They just took 2 of 3 from the Cubs. They took 4 of 6 from the Cubs over the course of the season. Now, I think this is a big stretch coming up for them here, and I think this next week will kind of define them and let us know where they are. They've got Toronto this weekend. Toronto is a very good baseball team. They're playing very well. Toronto took 2 out of 3 up in Canada last week. Then they go to Miami, and then they've got the Mets coming in here for 3 big games over the weekend. Right now, the Phillies 5.5 back of the Mets. We'll see where they are on Sunday night, a week from this Sunday, about 11 o'clock. I think that's going to tell you a lot about where the Phillies are and where certain players are. And I think after that Sunday night, I think at that point you can make some judgments about the lineup and what we're going to do with some players as far as, maybe they do need to make a change at second base. Maybe they do need to make a change in center field. We'll see after the Mets series. I think it's fair to get them through the Mets series.
Okay, so it's interesting you worded that because I had a question here that's in my mind for you, which was, what tells you more? Who are the Phillies? The team that got swept by the Pirates, a terrible team, or that just took 2 out of 3 against a good team in the Cubs? What do you get more? What do you pull more from? The sweep by a bad Pittsburgh team or the series win against a good Cubs team?
I'm going to straddle the fence and say they're somewhere in the middle, right? Things are never as good as they seem. Things are never as bad as they seem. And they're not the team that got swept by the Pirates. And one of those losses was in a game that Paul Skeens pitched. And, he might be the best pitcher in all of baseball. So, kind of give them a pass on that one. And then they take 2 of 3 from the Cubs, who are leading the Central Division. So, again, I think this week will define. I think this gives them enough time into the season. I think, we get away from that stretch where the whole team was in a slump. We'll see if they can build on the success of beating the Cubs 2 or 3. Let's see what they do against Toronto. Let's see what they do on the quick road trip down to Miami. And let's see 3 games against the Mets, because that's going to tell you, you sweep the Mets, you're 2.5 out, and all of a sudden the division is play. The Mets come in here and sweep you. You're 8.5 back. Now you're thinking wild card all season. So I think this is a big, 8-9 days for the Phillies. And I think a week from this Sunday, we're going to have a much better idea about who these Philadelphia Phillies are.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that Mets series really does loom next weekend, and you can listen to two of those games Saturday and Sunday right here on 97.3 ESPN, where they play that Mets team. How far of striking distance will they be? They do have the Blue Jays tonight. These two teams kind of mirror images. The Blue Jays 38-30, Philadelphia 39-29, but it did not go well up there the last time they faced off. You got Ranger Suárez pitching tonight. Where are you on Ranger? Is he on borrowed time, or is he a guy you can't let go of?
He's a guy right now that you need in that rotation. That rotation, to me, has question marks. And, again, it's funny how baseball works, where all of a sudden a couple of weeks ago we're saying the Phillies have so many starters. What are they going to do with all their starters? But right now you need Ranger in that rotation. Aaron Nola, question mark. Who knows when we're going to see him again? Mick Abel, 3 solo home runs, 4 innings against the Cubs, pitched okay, not great. Question marks about him going forward. Andrew Painter, everybody thought he was going to come up here and beat Paul Skeens. He gets racked around his last AAA start, so he's no guarantee, right? Jesus Luzardo seems to be on a better path. Zach Wheeler, might be the best pitcher in baseball. Christopher Sanchez, outstanding. But you need Ranger Suárez, and you need him to pitch well in that rotation right now, because you don't have the depth, the pitching depth that you thought you had, 2 to 3 weeks ago. And it's amazing how that changes so quickly in baseball.
Phillies are 7-0 against the Rockies, and everybody else they are barely 500 against. You take the 7 wins against the Rockies away, that makes them 32-29. They have the 14th best run differential in the majors. Not great. So whatever those numbers say, they're a team that's 10 games over 500. We've talked a lot about issues and problems, but here they are, 10 games over 500. When I'm looking at the ESPN.com power rankings, Mike, they're sitting at number 6, still one of the top 10 teams in all of baseball. But I think we all agree they got to tweak or tinker. Is it a tweak or a tinker, or do we need a major spin here?
Yeah, well, that's why I say, Mike, ask me that question a week from this Monday after the Mets series is done, and I'll give you an answer. The answer, if they play well against Toronto, if they take care of business in Miami and take 2 or 3 from the Mets and get themselves back in the division race, that it might be tinker, a change here, a change there. But if the Mets, if they perform poorly against Toronto, and I'd be careful about this series. The Blue Jays are hot. They're playing very well. If they stumble against Toronto, if they kind of go through, we've seen them down in Miami before. The Marlins have a way of just being a pain in the rear end to a lot of teams in this National League East. And then the Mets come in here and take 2 out of 3. Then you might be talking about a major change. That's why, let's go back to the original question. Who's the most disappointing player? I think guys like Bryson Stott, Max Kepler, Brandon Marsh, Johan Rojas, I think they're on the clock a little bit over the next 7-8 days. So if they don't perform, then I think you're going to see some changes might have to be made. All
right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. Don't forget to check him out. We got all the Phil stuff this weekend. We're going to be taking a look back at it on Monday. The weekend will move quickly with the Blue Jays in town at Citizens Bank Park. By the way, Blue Jays are on a 3-game road win streak, so they've been hot on the road. And, of course, Mike is back here on Monday's edition of the Sports Bash. All right, Mike, thanks, buddy.
All right, enjoy the weekend. We'll see you down the road. Thank you very much.
Mike's back Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week here on The Bash. We take a look back at the weekend. We'll preview the week that is coming up and everything on Monday's edition with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, we got so much more to do, including in the 3 o'clock hour. It is a Mike and Bob Sunday baseball chat. We'll talk a little baseball with Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast, get his thoughts on this NL East division. Phillies and the Mets coming up on Saturday and Sunday next week. I know we're all kind of looking forward to what that one will look like, but of course you got this matchup here as well. You've got all that coming up. And don't forget the unsportsmanlike moment of the day at 3:45 here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. We got so much more to go, including Bob Wankel for a Mike and Bob Sunday baseball chat. That's in 15 minutes here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 250. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Zach Bond had something interesting to say regarding the Eagles' defense and why he thinks the Eagles' defense might actually be better this season than last year's defense. Now, that almost seems unfathomable. They lost 4 starters plus Oren Burks. I mean, so they're down Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Oren Burks, all gone from the defense last year. Why does Zach Bond think they might be better this year? Here's what he said. Where is this from?
The Exciting Mike's podcast.
Is this Reed Blankenship and Cooper DeJean?
That is correct.
They got Zach Bond as the guest.
Well, they had Saquon a couple weeks ago.
Good stuff. Good poll. All right. Let's hear Zach Bond's reasoning here.
And I think we have a lot to do as a defense, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, to think that was all of our first year in that scheme.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what are we going to do next year? Like,
I know.
Already, I feel like we're miles ahead of where we were last year at this time.
No, we're miles ahead, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
We're having these high-level conversations in OTAs. You know, we haven't really been thrown in the fire.
We're not even, like, planning for who we're, like, our offense. Like, who
So
we're
a lot
playing
of
with.
what-ifs that could help us
Which
in
is
the future.
good.
So the one thing that I think has not been brought up at all, which they brought up, and it's a very, 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 very good point, is last year at this point, they're not practicing the defense. They're learning the defense. They're figuring out the terminology. They're figuring out, what does this mean? Where do I go? Zach Bond, by the way, he was learning basically a new position and trying to get all of that. Now he's just saying, wait, we know everything. We know where we're supposed to be. Cooper DeJean, he was a rookie last year, wide-eyed, bushy-tail. What am I supposed to do? Same with Quinyon Mitchell. So I think it's an excellent point that he brings up, and one reason why you think maybe that learning curve, they're ahead of the learning curve. The question is, though, do they have better personnel? And how much does that matter? Personnel versus the scheme and knowing it better. That's an interesting balance that we're about to find out.
Yeah, and then if you, for example, just to go back to draft day, remember the video of Vic Fangio, how excited he was when they drafted Drew Makuba, right? Like, Fangio looked like he just won the lottery, for goodness sake. And that guy never smiles. So it's like, in Fangio's mind, it seems like that he feels like in some of these cases how he's given him the guys that he wants. So while we may be like, well, what about Slay? Well, what about CJ? Well, what about Josh Sweat? Fangio might be like, hey, man, I might got something that makes more sense for my defense.
Well, I'll tell you what. All of the guys, whether or not they're better, makes sense, all that, we'll find that out on the field. But what Bond says, to me, resonates in that last year in the OTAs, it's similar to what Sirianni said about Patula being here, and they didn't have to, get introduced to Kellen Moore, learn all his verbiage, all that kind of stuff, that they already had this guy here for 5 years. And that's why the offense should kind of be a fluid transition from one guy to the next. Defensively, last year, you brought in a guy who basically installed his entire defense, which was completely new from the defense that you had in the past. So I definitely think Bond brings up a very valid reason as to why the Eagles may have closed the gap defensively from, if you had thoughts that the defense would take a step back because they've lost personnel, how much will it help the guys that had to learn the defense last year and are now back for the second year of this defense? That is something we shouldn't discount. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat coming up. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast, Crossing Broad. We'll get into all things Phils. And as we know, we are into the month of June. It's hitting season. Which of the Phillies hitting season guys will finally start hitting? All right, 3 o'clock hour. Phil's lineup just dropped. It's the same one they've been using for the most part. Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, Kepler, Real Muto, Stott, Kemp. Marsh is back. Suarez tonight in the pitching spot. He'll be opposed by Kevin Gausman. We'll have a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here, getting ready for the Phils and Blue Jays weekend at Citizens Bank Park. A lot, though, I want to kind of dive a little bit into this lineup and get Bob's take on it. Is there much they could do with it? I don't really know, but I think the top four is something I want to talk about, especially when Harper returns. When will Harper return? Is that something that we're starting to take a look at as well? Bob Wankel, Fighting Words podcast, Crossing Broad, covers the Phils. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat starts right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Bob, what's going on, buddy? Happy hour Friday to you.
Same to you, Mike. What's going on here?
I hope I'm not holding off your happy hour Friday imbibement.
No, well,
libations.
We're a few hours away still.
Good. All right. I want to get your take. When Harper, do you have any thoughts about Harper's imminent returning? Starting to get thoughts on that at all?
Yeah. I think that this is a little bit concerning, and I think that when you're the Phillies and you have a big picture goal to win a championship, and whether or not we think that they can or listeners think that they can, that is the goal. And I think that because of that, you need to be as cautious as you can possibly be, considering this is an injury that he first experienced a year ago. It's something that has been bothering him to the point where he needed to step aside, a guy that really does not want to come off the field. So I'm a little bit concerned, and I think that they're going to be pretty cautious, and I don't know that I'd be terribly surprised if we didn't see him for the remainder of June. It does not feel to me, and I could be wrong, and we might learn a little bit more today when Rob talks, but it does not feel to me like this is we'll see him against the Mets type of injury. It feels like we need to let this thing breathe for a few weeks, and hopefully it calms down and he'll be good to go for the rest of the season.
Did the move of Kemp over to first base give you a little bit of that indication? I mean, did that make you read into Harper at all?
Yeah, I think part of it is that. Part of that, it is that. And then I think part of it, because long term, if you're going to have this be the situation, they want Bohm to play third base. And so that would indicate to you that this might be an extended run. Whereas if he were coming back next week, why make the switch even? And then I think it's just the nature of the injury, and it's the nature of the fact that he's not able to swing the bat the way that he wants to swing it, and it becomes a pain tolerance thing. And you see that he's kind of gutted through it. It's not that he's having a bad year, but he hasn't been a true difference maker in terms of big plays, big power numbers. He's still Bryce Harper. He gets on base, he can pop a few, but he's not that guy that we're accustomed to seeing.
No, you're right about that. He has not been a huge, impactful middle of the lineup guy. Let's talk about that. So let's say Harper comes back. He's, obviously going to go into the lineup. Is he a 2-hitter behind Trey Turner, or is he a 3-hitter behind somebody else? And who would that somebody else be?
It's a great question. I think at this point they may be inclined. The way that I look at it is, can Alec Bohm start to produce the way that he produced the first half of last year, all the doubles, driving in runs? And I know that he's been very good since May 1st, but he has not been a run producer. In fact, if you look at Alec Bohm's last, and I'll answer your question, but if you look at his last 37 games since May 1st, it's 151 plate appearances. He's hitting .333 with a .371 on-base percentage. He knocked in 6 runs the final 2 games against the Cubs. That's great. In the previous 35 games since May 1st, he'd only knocked in 14 runs. And that's in the midst of a hot streak, in the midst of a resurgence. So the question becomes, can Alec Bohm be a run producer? And if he can, maybe you go Turner, Harper, or Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, and those are your first 4 guys. And do I view Alec Bohm as a prototypical cleanup hitter? No. But we did see him knock in runs last year. We did see him be a doubles machine at the first part of last season. Can that carry over? Can he create some more momentum here and become a run producer? If so, that's how you probably answer that question.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I was wondering, want to get your take on it. What if you went Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber? Like, would having Schwarber hit behind Bohm, if Bohm's going to be a doubles guy, gap to gap, get him more fastballs?
Yeah, you could definitely do it that way. But obviously, this is all about Alec Bohm, and do you believe in Alec Bohm's resurgence?
Right, and I guess one of the questions is, because this happened the other night, they walk Schwarber to face Bohm. Are they going to pitch to Bohm with Schwarber? Wait, you know what I'm saying? Instead of walking Schwarber because Bohm's behind him, then Bohm gets a shot, and if he hits it, are they going to walk Schwarber with that base open still?
I think there's a decent chance, based on the timeline that I'm thinking through, that the Phillies might add another player to this mix by the time Bryce Harper's back, and you're trying to formulate the top of this lineup. I could be wrong. I could be totally misreading this situation. Mets series is huge next weekend. Maybe he's back on the field, ready to rock, gives the team a jolt. It's possible. But it feels to me like, though there's this, like, let's win it now, we've got to win now. I think because of that, you're trying to tread water and buy him as much time, because it really does feel like the more rest there is, the better chance there is that we don't see this thing flare up again.
Well, I think for 3 years, though, we've been waiting for someone to hit in the middle of this lineup, right? I mean, haven't we been kind of like, all right, let's see who they get to kind of bang right between them in the middle of that lineup. It's hard. I will say this in Dombrowski's defense. It's hard to go out and find a guy to hit 3, 4, and 5 at the trade deadline. You're usually dealing with a bad baseball team. Hey, can we have your bad, good hitter? I mean, your bad teams, can we have your good hitter? And to put that guy in the middle of the lineup, that's not an easy find usually.
It's not. You're right about that. And, I mean, the one thing I will say is there's just a lot of different things that have to happen. We've talked about this numerous times. Like, we don't know what the market's going to look like. Everybody talked about, would you bring back Rhys Hoskins? Would he be a good fit? Well, I don't know. If Milwaukee continues to win games, then it's not going to be a conversation to be had. Like, they're going to stick around. That third wild card really opens things up, and it makes it harder to make trades, because there's so fewer teams that are going to be in play here. Teams that think they have a shot. So. Yeah. It really is something that kind of it bears watching. It's interesting to me, though. You look at the last 2 games of the Cubs series, and you say all of a sudden, well, wait a minute. They didn't really score on Monday night, but they had 15 hits. And then they started to knock the ball around with some power in the beginning of the game Tuesday night. They went quiet late. And then Wednesday looked really good. What was different? Well, I said Alec Bohm was hitting the ball with some authority, and Max Kepler had his first 2 extra base hits since the first game of the Braves series on May 27th. Like, they are so desperately in need of their premium offensive positions to give them something. And when they do, you see it actually looks pretty good, even without Harper.
Well, and it's funny because I was thinking about this yesterday. What do you take more from, Bob Wankel? The sweep against the Pirates or winning 2 out of 3 against the Cubs?
I think you take more of the 2 out of 3 against the Cubs. I mean, the Cubs are second in baseball in runs per game. It's an elite level offense, and it's not hard to see why. Like, you watch that lineup and you go, wow, these guys can swing it a little bit. But it comes down to this now. This is the second time the Phillies have beat this team in a 3-game series, 4-2 against the Cubs this season. And why is that? The Cubs have some decent bullpen arms and some starters that are pretty good. But the Phillies starting pitching trumps the Cubs starting pitching. They can play with teams like this. And, you see what the Phillies' problems are. We know what their deficiencies are. But people that want to get on here and text you and tweet at me and say, this team sucks, they're not winning anything, they probably won't even go 81-81. Like, you have 4 starting pitchers right now, even with your $24.5 million guy in Aaron Nola out, in Ranger Suárez, Christopher Sanchez, Jesus Luzardo, who was phenomenal on Wednesday, and, of course, Zach Wheeler. Like, that's pretty damn good. You're going to win games even with other deficiencies when you have those 4 guys, plus whatever combination of Nola, Abel, Painter, whatever's coming down the pipeline here in July and beyond.
Well, right. I think the, people who text you, tweet at you, or text us and whatever, yada, yada, it is the notion of they suck because they can't win the World Series. We're going to live it in a sports world where if you can't win the World Series, you then stink, right? And like, that's where we are. We know the team doesn't stink, but they are 7-0 against the Rockies and barely 500 against everyone else. 14th best run differential in the majors, and only have 5 series wins against teams with winning records. So are they average? Is that a fair thing to say?
I think that when you look at, and I have not done this exercise since the A series, but when you look at the elite level teams in this sport, they typically beat up on bad teams. Like if we want to sit here and talk about the Mets, who I think are very good, their pitching has been phenomenal this year. And I think that a lot of guys have outperformed expectations in that lineup, in that rotation and in that bullpen. But what did they just do? They just played the Rockies for 2 series. They had the White Sox mixed in there. Yeah, they went out and played the Dodgers for 4. That's great. Did they see Yamamoto? No. Did they see Glasnow? No. They saw the Dodgers JV starting pitchers. And they went out there and they split the series, and that's fine. That's all you got to do. But then they, mix in the Nationals. And Mets haven't played anybody in 2 weeks, and they've crushed it. And they're almost 20 games over 500 now. Or I think they actually are 20 games over 500 now. I mean, that's what you do. You take advantage of the weaknesses on your schedule. That all being said, are the Phillies an elite level team? No, absolutely not. I don't think that they'd be the second or third favorite to win the National League right now. But are they good? Are they above average? Yeah, I think they are.
Bob Wankel, Fighting Words podcast, Crossing Broad, a little Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat with a lot of questions. Who for you has been the most disappointing offensive player? A lot of candidates here.
Yeah, there's a lot of candidates. I think it's Bryson Stott. I think it's Bryson Stott because he had a down year a year ago, and we saw some real flashes in 23 of what looked like could be an above average player that you slot in here for 10 years, and he's a guy that really is, I don't want to say franchise icon, but just a staple. A guy like he's a darn good, solid baseball player. And we hear about the elbow stuff last year and kind of gives you some context as to why he might have been down. And this year he's been worse. I mean, his last 30 games, he's hitting 207 with 261 on base percentage. And, okay, he's not a leadoff hitter. Maybe he's not a top-of-the-order guy. But then you slot him down 6, 7, 8. It just hasn't been good enough. And, Max Kepler has been terrible. I mean, he's been largely terrible. So he could be your answer, sure. You got some guys on the decline like JT Realmuto. But JT Realmuto's a catcher in his mid-30s. Like, it happens. So Bryson Stott's the guy that I really think has no excuse.
Stott, the other options you mentioned, Kepler, I guess, I want to ask you this. What do you make of Marsh? I looked at his on-base and couldn't believe, I was floored that he's at 341. He's at 241 batting average. Now, the power is not there. He had 16 homers. I'm by no means a Marsh guy here, but I got to give him credit. Somehow he found a way to get on base 34% of the time. I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah, have you ever seen a player on June 13th that has an on-base percentage of 341 and didn't have a hit in the month of April? That might be a Major League Baseball first. I think, one, credit to Brandon Marsh for getting up off the mat. Things are pretty ugly there. Same thing goes for Alec Boehm. But you know what the thing is? You talk about like the Phillies stink in the eyes of many because they probably can't win a World Series as currently constructed. People look at Brandon Marsh and say he stinks because he's not the long-term center field solution that people hoped he would be. But what is he? He's a guy that can hit right-handed pitching. He can get on base for you. And if he's playing left or right field, he's a pretty decent defender. The problem is that he's a total liability against left-handed pitching. He's never going to hit lefties, and he's a well below average center fielder. So that's why people are so critical of him, because he's not what they had hoped he'd be.
Well, I guess if Marsh gives them this between now and July 31st, we talked about it last Friday, is left field then where you need to fix? Is because we bemoan center field, but is Marsh playing at this level and what he's been in the past, if he approaches his past, is left field then become the spot that I need to focus more on? Or is center field still worse than left?
At some point, I think you have to kind of pick up the phone and try to be a little bit creative here. You know what role Brandon Marsh would excel in? The one that they signed Max Kepler to do, basically. Like, he could go play left field and hit right-handed pitching. Like, Max Kepler and Brandon Marsh are completely redundant players on this team. So do you take calls on Kepler and see if you can get a couple bucks back, maybe get something in return that you could use in a different way? Do you shop Marsh at the deadline? Like, you might have to consider those things. As far as center field goes, though, the Phillies the Phillies have to address center field. They have to address center field.
I guess are they less inclined to make a move in center field because of Crawford, or do they view Crawford as their left fielder?
Well, Crawford's. I think there's a lot of questions about Crawford in general. Like, yes, he's hitting 349 and he's ripping up left-handed pitching, and he's hitting 313. He's hitting over 400 against lefties this year. He's hitting 313 against righties. He's also missed the last week with a hamstring issue, and he hits the ball on the ground on a higher rate than any player in Major League Baseball currently this season. And yes, he's extremely athletic, and he can turn a lot of bad contact into base hits. It's part of his toolbox. But like, is Crawford going to come up here and be the spark plug that catapults this team to contention? That's a lot to ask of a kid. And I think they're kind of reluctant to do that. And I'm not entirely sure they believe he's ready to do that.
I would appear that it would appear to me anyway, that what you're watching in center field, if you haven't done anything to fix it, that tells you that they don't think he's ready, or they're being held back by something that they would say, we are not ready to pull that trigger quite yet.
Well, I think part of it's developmental. I think they'd like to see him be down there a little bit more. I think part of it, as I've suggested to you in the past, a potential consideration would be, look, we could trade him at the deadline, and we would like to not expose any potential deficiencies at the major league level. We don't necessarily want evaluators to see what some of the shortcomings might look like in the immediate against major league pitching. I also think that they may try to address center field externally with a different solution. So why bring him up now for a few weeks if you might have other plans for center field come August 1? So I think that you might see him at some point, but I just don't think that this idea that he's coming, he's going to fix the problem, he's the guy from here on out in 2025, I don't think I'd bank on that. But I'll tell you what I would not bank on. I just got to say this. This whole thing, I've been seeing it a lot lately. Johan Rojas, when Brandon Marsh got hurt, he had at-bats every single day, and he got regular ABs, and then you could see that he could hit a little bit. Johan Rojas's OPS is now under 600. It's 593 right now. He can't hit. So long as you have me on the show, I will continue to come on it and tell
nobody's going to fight you on. No one's going to fight you on that. Nobody will fight you on that. I will say, though, I do think when he plays every day, he has a better propensity to, produce than he is. My point is, when he plays every day, he's a low-level player. He's not a platoon player. That's the problem. As a platoon player, he gives you nothing. As an everyday player, he at least gives you minimal.
Well, what I would say is this. I don't think he does, personally. What I think he is a late-inning defensive replacement and a guy that has good athleticism.
Yeah.
Can make some things happen on the. He also does a lot of dumb things on the bases.
Hey, I don't want him in my.
Happen on the bases too.
I don't want him in my lineup every day on a World Series team. No question. You're not
going to win the World Series with Johan Rojas starting every day.
If I'm choosing between the two guys, I would say I'm playing Rojas every day, just because as the right-handed player in a platoon, he gives me nothing.
Well, if I were the 2015 Phillies or the 2016 Phillies, I'd say Johan Rojas is interesting. He's interesting.
Yeah.
And I think in time, maybe I can get him to become a better hitter, a functional hitter. Maybe he's a guy that he's never going to be a premium offensive player, but he can do just enough to complement the defense. But if my goal is to win a World Series, we're talking about Zach Wheeler, story today by Matt Gelb, that Zach Wheeler might not pitch beyond this current contract. Like, time's a ticking. Johan Rojas on this team, on the 25 Phillies, makes no sense. That's the problem.
Right. Speaking of pitching, Aaron Nola has just clarified he does have a stress fracture in his rib. It's fractured. He can't throw at all right now. How is this Nola thing going to play out?
Can I do a plug? We're actually doing a long-form interview with Aaron Nola tomorrow on the Fighting Words podcast.
Wow,
so
that is a big one.
We're going to talk to Aaron about what's going on here, and I'll be better prepared to answer all Aaron Nola things for you on Monday.
He says he's unsure how long it will take. He's never experienced something like this, discomfort when he's breathing heavy. This doesn't sound good, be a pitcher and have this problem. I mean, this almost sounds like, hey, man, it might not be your year.
I think I don't think you're at the point where you say, well, he's out, not a non-factor for 25, but think about it this way. This is a prolonged shutdown now, right?
Yes.
So even when he's feeling more comfortable, he's going to have to build back up, and it's going to take time to do that. And so Do you see Aaron Nola mid-August? Maybe. Yeah, like mid-August. I think so. I think you could be 2 months away on Aaron Nola at this point.
All right, check that out. Fighting Words podcast. Aaron Nola will join Bob and Anthony Sanfilippo. You can check that out on all podcasting platforms. Couple more here as we got a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat going through all the stuff. Luzardo, we settled down about Jesus Luzardo.
Yeah, it's so strange. I'm never going to feel bad for a player because he performs poorly. But you're talking about a guy who has had an all-star caliber season for the Phillies, and he's been just such an overwhelmingly positive addition to this team. It's one of the reasons I really like them is that he's added to this the depth of the rotation and the elite depth of the rotation. But he cost himself a spot in the all-star game with those 2 starts and how bad they were. It appears that he figured out some things mechanically, whether that's tipping pitches. I think that's part of it. But I also think it's pitch mix. He eliminated his sinker against the Cubs. I think that they really thought about the game plan and really wanted to approach things differently. And he was phenomenal. I mean, like you said, at the top here, Cubs second in baseball in runs per game this year. He was lights out, 10 strikeouts. I feel pretty good about him. Now, I do know workload is a thing, and he's not a guy that's thrown a ton of innings in his career. And he's pushed back past last year's total. Those are all real things, and the Phillies might have to navigate that as the season wears on. But I think you feel all right about him right now.
All right, that's, you got Luzardo, Mick Abel, not great in his last start. Maybe not as bad as the numbers kind of played out to be there. And then Painter did not pitch well in the AAA start. So things are just getting cloudier, Bob Wankel. Nola, Abel not pitching great. Now Painter's giving you questions. I mean, it's getting cloudy, not clear.
Well, this is kind of why you go back, and I'm not saying like you or you and me specifically, but you go back a month ago, and it's like, oh, they have so much starting pitching. Should they convert 3 of these guys to relievers? And it's like, well, baseball's a long season, and things happen, and these things have a way of working themselves out. So, like, no, you're not moving Ranger Suárez to the bullpen in May. Like, you're not, because now you need them. Look, the only thing I'll say, I wouldn't put too much stock in what happened to Andrew Painter the other night. He was not good. And Mick Abel was not particularly sharp. He showed some things, showed some toughness, didn't let the game totally unravel on him. I think that's a positive. But Mick Abel isn't going to, in 2 months, go from afterthought to, hey, maybe he's the next young Phillies ace. Like, it just doesn't typically happen like that. What it shows you is that these guys, both of them, they have potential, and there's a lot of things to like, but it's no slam dunk that Mick Abel or Andrew Painter are just going to show up here and hit the ground running. It just doesn't usually work like that.
All right, we'll get out on this. We talked about Crawford, center field, that probably being an area. It's more likely that Crawford's playing center field in September, or they trade it for somebody. Buxton, Mike Trout.
Mike Trout.
If the Angels actually called at this point and said, hey, we want to trade you Mike Trout, would the Phillies even be interested with the age, the contract, and the injuries?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Phillies are the right team. They have a lot of aging, expensive players. I cannot imagine that they would add another one to this mix right now. Maybe, but I highly doubt it. To answer your question, I think it's more likely that an external piece is playing center field in September.
Okay. Bob Wankel, the Fight Words podcast. Aaron Nola will be their guest tomorrow. Check that out on all podcasting platforms. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat, and we hope you enjoyed it right here on the Sports Bash. What are you having on a happy hour Friday? You have something in mind?
Feels like an IPA kind of Friday. Yeah.
It sure does, man.
It's not a Corona Friday or a light lager Friday.
If you notice, I'm a little less facial hairy today. I had a fight with my razor, and I lost.
It's the worst.
Here I am. All right, buddy. We'll talk to you. That's Bob Wankel. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. That was Bob Wankel. He joins us on Fridays at 3 o'clock for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. We hope you enjoy those baseball chats. If you do, let us know in the chat. Hit the like button. Subscribe on the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show, on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. We got so much more to come. Nuggets in about an hour. The unsportsmanlike moment of the day is coming up in 20 minutes from now. Friday 5 on the other side. Plus, we got a little news we're going to be sharing with the people next as well as the Friday Five on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. At 3:45 today, we'll have the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. We got the Friday Five coming up in just a couple of moments. But first, we want to tell you something new is going to be happening here on 97.3 ESPN, and Josh will explain a little bit. Tonight will be, Josh,
the final game night with Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN.
Never fear. Don't fear. Josh is not going anywhere. But tonight will be the last version of game night from 6 to 7 on 97.3 ESPN weeknights. But you will hear Josh from his very own new show that is coming up, debuting
June 21st, Saturdays from 12 to 3 will be Hanging with Hennig. Those who might remember, I was on Saturdays for many years at 12 o'clock following Billy Schweim. We took a break from the Saturday show. We just focused on the daily stuff. Now we're recalibrating some things here, behind the scenes. Mike, I just wanted to say really quick that, you have given me a plethora of on-air opportunities over the years, starting all the way back in 2016 when we first did Sports Bash Saturday with Josh Hennig. So we did that for several years. I've been on Game Night with Josh Hennig. I filled in for you here on the Sports Bash. So now the next stage in the evolution of my time here is now Hanging with Hennig, Saturdays from 12 to 3.
Yeah, it gives Josh a full day to kind of get more than just 1 hour's worth of thoughts out, and gives us a little bit more local presence on the weekends. When Billy's in the morning, it kind of gives us a lot of stuff happens on the weekends, and it's nice to have a local sound while you're driving around on the weekends there. So, you get the local show from 2 to 6, and we felt having more of a local presence on Saturday, especially during the football season. And then the baseball season with the playoffs and everything, having that extra local feel on a Saturday afternoon while you're driving around was something that we really felt. And quite frankly, Josh does a lot of stuff around the station, trying to get him home a little earlier. It was a part of it as well. But really, the 12 to 3 Saturday, we drive around. We're doing a lot of stuff. There's a lot of people driving around in the car that we think we could service from 12 to 3 on a Saturday afternoon. And that doesn't mean 6 to 7. We'll see what ends up happening at the 6 to 7 spot for the short term, possibly long term. Who knows? We will go back to the Best of the Sports Bash, where we play our best interviews of the day, our best segments of the day for people who don't maybe hear Bob Wankel at 3 o'clock. Well, maybe you'll hear him at 6 o'clock. Football at 4. If you're not someone who's in the car at 4 o'clock and like football, well, maybe you'll hear that in the 6 o'clock hour. Could be something else coming down the pipeline. We'll see. But starting on June 21st, game day will have its final episode. You got anything big planned for tonight? Got any big guests tonight?
Yes, I have. What has been told to me is the most popular guest I have ever had on the show.
Wow.
Andy
Can I
McNamara.
guess? Oh, man, I was going to try to guess. Andy McNamara. He's the most popular guest on the show, the people say.
The people have spoken. So Andy is excited to come on tonight.
I believe I heard Andy McNamara on with you one time and said, you need to try to get that guy on to do a weekly thing. He's full of energy. He's a fun listen and knows his stuff. So he's going to be on tonight.
And he'll be part of the new show as well when it debuts on Saturdays. And, the Saturday show is going to be like a combination of two of my passions, which are sports and supporting the local community. This is an opportunity for me to also, take the Saturdays to, be, partnering with some great local businesses here in South Jersey. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be something that, I think the audience is going to be driving in their car and they're going to be happy to hear on the radio.
Yeah, it'll be a good opportunity, as we said, to have local programming on the weekends, and you'll also hear some other voices on there because people are more available 12 to 3 on a Saturday afternoon than they are 6 to 7 at night.
Oh, don't I know that?
Yes. So tonight will be the final edition of Game Night here on 97.3 ESPN, but Josh will be moving to Saturdays, the 21st. It will be Hanging with Hennig on Saturday, June 21st. And by the way, that day, the Phillies will play the Mets, and we'll have that game on 97.3 ESPN. So a little bit of a lead-in now for my watch says good, check mark. It liked that announcement.
Wow, your watch approves it. I mean, if the watch approves it, we're good to go.
We are good to go. Hopefully everybody will be able to tune in now on a Saturday, 12 to 3. Hanging with Henning will be the new show right here on 97.3 ESPN. As for 6 to 7, like we said, it will, in the at least the interim, be the best of the Sports Bash, which we used to run for a while, and then
Yes.
Josh did the game night show, and a lot of people always, we do. By the way, we do a best of on Saturday mornings
From 10 a.m., 8 a.m. to 10 a.m.
from 8 to 10, right, leading into Billy Schwein. We do best of segments on Saturday mornings, and then 6 to 7, we will now have best of, but you never know. We could have some more local stuff down the pipeline here. So keep it listening, keep it locked on the Sports Bash, and, of course, Hanging with Henning, which now begins a new era on Saturday afternoons right after the Locker Room with Billy Schwein, who's going to have Rick Tocchet on Saturday, right?
Yeah, he's very excited. Rick Tocchet's coming back on. Billy claims that Rick is going to come on and give Billy all the information about the Flyers' plans for the draft.
Well, listen, at 10:30, I'm told, Rick Tocchet will be on the Locker Room this week with Billy and Nick and Danny, the whole team that he's got. Saturdays from 10 to noon, and then Saturdays from 12 to 3, we'll have Hanging with Henning. All right, here we go. Friday 5. Another lousy week. Tough to find 5 games.
Now, let me ask you really quick. This is week 6, so this is the week that Eagles are
play
playing
Thursday night.
Right. So is there a part of you that was like, I was really hoping for a better Sunday, and then you got slapped in the face?
There is one really good game. But other than that, Friday 5, not great. This is week 6 of the NFL. We will match up my week 6 picks from June 13th to see if these are my same 5 games during the Friday 5 in the fall. Are you ready?
I am ready. I got the whole schedule in front of me.
All right, number 5, Buffalo, Atlanta, Monday night. Buffalo, obviously one of the AFC leaders. Atlanta's probably a favorite in the South, but it kind of tells you how poor the schedule is
I'm
this
a
week.
little surprised you went with this game.
Wow, okay, I want to see which ones you thought I might slide in its place. Wait till you hear my other 4. Atlanta's got a lot of skill players.
They do.
Okay. Number 4, Rams, Ravens.
That's arguably one of the biggest games of the year.
Of the year, you go.
I think the Rams are going to be a really good team this year.
I was on the Rams last year. I had them in the playoff in my first edition of Who's In, Who's Out.
You did.
And they almost beat the Eagles in that game.
They're the only team that played the Eagles close in the postseason last year.
They were. All right, number 3, Cincinnati, Green Bay. Cincy is in a lot of these games because of who they have, but there's not a playoff team from last year. And Green Bay, obviously, is a team that a lot of people thought was disappointing last year, but probably one of the best 5 games of this weekend.
Probably also the over. Take that on the spread. So the spread the over.
Would this be in your 5?
Oh, it would for sure.
Number 2, Bears, Washington, Monday night. It's the second of the 2 Monday night games. There's 2 Monday night games in week 6.
Yes.
Bears, Washington. Now, Washington went to the NFC Championship game. Could the Bears be what Washington was last year?
I think so. If you think that Ben Johnson is worth his weight in salt, then yes, the Bears will be much better. And by the way, don't forget, Mike, you've brought this up. The Bears have rebuilt their entire offensive line. They basically said, you know what? We got to actually do something about this situation in front of our quarterback.
Yeah, I think and I'm not a big Caleb Williams guy, but I do think that team with Ben Johnson as an offensive-minded coach is at least going to have them be a offensive, I don't want to say juggernaut, but an improved offensive team from the team they were a year ago.
And don't forget, when the teams played last year, that was the wild end-of-game touchdown, maybe shouldn't have been catch situation. So this is kind of like a little rematch in prime time here.
And number 1, far and away the best game, Detroit, Kansas City, Sunday Night Football. You'll be able to hear that game on 97.3 ESPN. This one's not even close.
What I am curious to find out is, by this point in the season, are the Lions still the team that we thought they were going to be, or do they become maybe a little less because of all they've lost this offseason.
Losing the center.
Both
coordinator.
And the center.
Ragnow.
And don't forget, Aiden Hutchinson, he's coming off of a pretty serious injury. I don't know how is it going to be up to speed by week 6. I don't know.
Lions are fair. That's fair. And by the way, does Kansas City, at some point they're going to start taking a step back, or are they just going to keep trudging forward?
True.
We'll see. So I picked my Friday 5. You said that you were surprised by Buffalo Atlanta.
Yes, I would have taken Buffalo Atlanta out, and I would put the 49ers Bucks in.
I thought about that one. That one probably, but Buffalo I think is the best team of the group. And then I think Atlanta and Tampa are going to battle for that division. San Francisco's a wild card. I don't know what to make of them.
I mean, look, if you believe what the reporting is coming out of camp, that defense is going to be way better this year. And that's saying a lot for a team that's had a pretty good defense over the last couple of years.
Bryce Huff, you're buying?
I don't know about Bryce Huff, but there's a lot of reporters who are saying that defense under Robert Saleh looks renewed.
That's a good point. I mean, I don't know why did San Francisco struggle last year? Was it injury related, or was it the team just isn't good anymore?
Right, and we're going to find out very quickly this year. I tend to think it's injuries.
Now, is there another game on that list that you would have replaced?
Oh, no. I mean,
is there another game that I didn't pick?
I'll say, I can't be so hasty. And I only dismissed it because I'm not a huge fan of these two teams, but the Chargers-Dolphins might be a good game.
Yeah, I thought about that. Chargers-Dolphins was one that I thought of. San Francisco-Tampa Bay was the other one. Other than that, the full schedule, by the way, Week 6, Denver Jets, Arizona-Indianapolis, Chargers-Miami, Cleveland-Pittsburgh, San Francisco-Tampa, Dallas-Carolina, Seattle-Jacksonville, Rams-Ravens, Tennessee-Raiders, Bengals-Packers, Patriots-Saints, Detroit, Kansas City, and then the doubleheader, Buffalo, Atlanta, Chicago, Washington. The byes are Minnesota and Houston, and Philadelphia plays the Giants on Thursday night. So now you got a London game that week, Denver, the Jets. I would imagine on that Sunday, the game that we have on the radio would be Cincinnati, Green Bay, I would imagine, the 4:25, followed by the Detroit, Kansas City in the 1 o'clock spot.
Maybe
Yeesh.
Rams, Ravens?
Yeah, Rams, Ravens. Okay, I thought that was a 4 o'clock. Sorry.
So maybe it's like Rams, Ravens, followed by Bengals, Packers?
Yeah, there you go. All right, that's the Friday 5.
It's actually a pretty good triple header that day.
Yeah, it's not bad if you're picking 3 games. If you're picking 5, it's a little tougher.
It's a little tough.
Coming up, it's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. There's no guarantee of this. We'll explain and debate it coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show.
We had a guy in the NBA Finals score 27, 31, 10, 42, 40, and 19 and lost. I mean, think about how much of a megastar Devin Booker is. It's not guaranteed. Just because you get here and you have a remarkable run, it's not guaranteed. A statement has to be made then. These two will be superstars. They will fit the criteria that Magic Johnson brought up. Because getting here on a remarkable run, playing your butt off, does not mean you become a superstar.
All right, that was Evan Cohen on Unsportsmanlike this morning. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. He says it's no guarantee that SGA or Halliburton become superstars. This is based on a conversation with Magic Johnson on First Take the other day, in which they asked him to define a superstar. And he said a superstar is someone that you have to make sure that you get home to watch, that you spend money for. How many of those guys exist is really the question. Because he's saying it's no guarantee that SJ or Halliburton become superstars. And by Magic Johnson's definition, I don't know how many of those guys actually exist in sports anymore.
And that's a huge problem for an entertainment property, shall we call it, like the NBA, a league that is hyper dependent on who our stars are because you see them all the time. Well, if the two guys in the NBA Finals are not people that you're going to say, I have to be in front of the television to watch these guys play, and there could be the future of your league, that can be a problem.
I think the one thing is SGA, Halliburton. Do they have the is there something that grabs you about either one of those guys that makes you say, no, one of these guys or both of these guys have it? I think if SGA loses this NBA Finals, he takes a little bit of a hit as the MVP, 68 wins, and then they lose to a kind of nondescript Pacers team.
I think the only thing that Halliburton has going for him is that he does have a little WWE in him where he can lean into the hero or the villain kind of stuff. He can play to the crowd. He does the choke sign to the Knicks fans, right? He waves goodbye to the OKC Thunder fans.
So you think he has more it than SGA does, even though I think if we ask people.
He's got more charisma. I think SGA is like all ball. And I think that the problem is, Mike, you and I have talked about this before. Like, if the guy doesn't have more to offer you, it's hard to identify with him.
I'm trying to think, too. By Magic Johnson's criteria, how many of these guys exist? Maybe even in the NBA only. LeBron, still?
Kind of.
Curry,
really?
Still?
Curry, yes. Anthony Edwards, I would say.
Durant?
Durant now.
We're over Durant.
We're over Durant. I say Anthony Edwards.
I don't know if Anthony Edwards is quite. Are you going to watch the Minnesota Timberwolves because you have to?
You're not watching Timberwolves. You're watching Ant.
But my point is, you're watching the Timberwolves because he's on them. So by proxy, do you have to watch the Timberwolves? Are they a draw because of Anthony Edwards? I don't think he's quite he's quite there yet.
Where does Giannis fall into all this for you?
That's an interesting one. See, I would think he is. I wish I had the Magic Johnson bite so I could hear him say it again, like his actual definition. I thought it was like someone that you'd pay money to see, or you have to get home.
You have to get home to
watch this guy because the game's on. I don't know that the Bucks are making you get in front of the television.
Well, then here's another one. What about Jokic?
I don't think Jokic would fit the definition.
Because some people think Jokic might be the best player on the planet right now, and if he ain't the guy, then nobody wants to stop.
See, this is why I don't like his definition though, because Tim Duncan was very nondescript. You didn't have to get home to watch Tim Duncan. You're going to tell me he wasn't a superstar?
He was a superstar, yeah.
But not by this definition.
Not by Magic.
I think Magic's definition of superstar was more based on jersey sales, ratings.
Well, I think the problem, just really quick about what Magic said, is Magic, I think, is mixing between what makes a superstar to help a team be relevant versus what is box office attraction.
Yeah, I think he was more giving you the definition for what the television networks are looking for. They want someone that I'm going to watch. Why don't you put Milwaukee versus Minnesota on Thursday night, but you put Golden State versus the Lakers?
Right.
Even though Milwaukee and Minnesota are better than Golden State and the Lakers. Well, people aren't watching Ant Edwards against Giannis as much as they're watching Steph Curry against LeBron.
Box office attraction is very different than if you're a superstar. Now, a lot of people know who the Kardashians are, but nobody wants to watch them.
Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. What is the biggest keys to another Eagles Super Bowl run? Adam Kaplan was at OTAs this week, and he's got them broken down on offense and defense. He shares them next. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Birds. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Your source for Eagles intel, Adam Kaplan, is here. We asked the question. Excuse me. Jeez, a little water down the wrong pipe. What are the keys to another Eagles Super Bowl run? We heard what Zach Bond said with Reed Blankenship and Cooper DeJean on their new podcast. I thought Bond brought up an interesting point. We'll get into that. But what are Adam Kaplan's keys to another Eagles Super Bowl run? Well, we're going to find out right now on a Friday edition of Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Adam, welcome back, man. How are you?
Good, Mike. I hope you're doing well. Good to be back with you on our Football at Friday at Football at 4 with our Friday segment. So, yeah, Mike, I wanted to take this segment a little different area. Usually when we do these segments, we sort of talk about what we talked about on our show this week and expand on a little bit more. But I want to take it in a different direction because this all actually kind of stem. We have a Patreon group, and we have a live Q&A every Wednesday. And I've said to that group, whoever of our group shows up, and we have a lot of people who show up, and they kind of rotate when they want to come, and they're available. So, but I've told them consistently, hey, look, this team can make another run. If they, but I would never really expand on it other than we know what the roster looks like. But what are the things behind the curtain? What has to happen? Not just we know what the roster looks like, but what else has to happen? That's kind of the subject of our segment today.
Right, and we list 4 things on the offensive side of the ball that you think have to happen for this team to make another Super Bowl run. Look, it's not out of the question. The Chiefs have won back-to-back, so there are teams in the recent past that have been able to do that. Do the Eagles profile as one of those teams? Let's start on offense.
All right, so, Mike, we know the Eagles have another offense coordinator. It'll be the 6th different play caller and really the 5th, though, since Jalen Hurts became starting quarterback. Doug Peterson was his first one, but he wasn't the starter then. But this is his 5th. And this has been a problem. I mean, not having the same play caller back-to-back, I mean, it's just you can't keep doing this, but guys get head coaching jobs, so this is what's happened. But Kevin Patullo now moves from the passing game coordinator role and also being the chief of staff for Nick Sirianni. Now he's going to call the plays, so he's not going to be able to do both. So Patullo now, his first time calling plays. Look, there's a saying with coaches, you never know till they really get there. In terms of how well they'll do, we don't know, but I know they're very optimistic. And Patullo and Hurts have now worked together for 5 years. Patullo is a smart guy. He knows what Hurts is capable of doing. He knows when it doesn't look good. He knows when it looks good. I expect him to call a good game. I really do. Now, and there's an adjunct to that, which we'll get into in a minute. But I'm looking forward to this. But it's got to be a smooth transition, and it should be.
You look at Adam Patullo, obviously, and Nick Sirianni addressed him. Hey, he knows everybody, so it's not like a new guy coming in, having to introduce himself. He's been here. But Nick Sirianni, and I wonder how that relationship and their relationship together will that be a positive or a negative for this for this situation? That Sirianni knows what he can get away with Patullo a little bit here. Maybe with Kellen Moore, there was a little bit more feeling him out.
You're right, Mike. Now I want to go back to the 23 season, which was a total collapse. Everybody knows about it when they were 10-1, and after that, what happened was in 6 out of 7 and collapsing. And look, Sirianni was pretty much the chief reason why the club sort of collapsed. It's the way he handled himself. Hurts and Sirianni were not on the same page. This is not a secret to anyone who knew what was going on. And then Brian Johnson, the offense coordinator there, got caught in the middle. He got fired. And Nick didn't handle himself well, and he got humbled. And the pressure was on Nick to not only bounce back, but to make a Super Bowl run. He had to change the way he handled himself, and he did a great job of that. Now he's got his contract extension. He's now got a Super Bowl ring. He's been in the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years. He's done a really, really terrific job. I know you've likened him to one of these guys who's come out of nowhere to do a great job, and there's truth to that. But that's behind him now. He's a really good head coach. He learned from the entitlement and the way that he acted 2 years ago. That seemingly is behind him, from what I understand. But the one issue that I have with this promotion of Patullo is this: it's one of his best friends. He can't commandeer. If it's not going well, he's got to be patient. He can't do what he did 2 years ago, Mike, when things started going south. He's got to handle it better. And this is a wait-and-see thing. Although I'm optimistic, I know the Eagles are. Let's see what happens if they have a 3-game losing streak or something. Or let's say, Mike, the offense is not going well. What does Nick do? How does he handle himself? That's something to keep an eye on here.
All right, Adam Kaplan, football at 4. Let's see how Saquon Barkley fits into this here.
Yeah.
We asked a question in the mailbag. We had some listener mailbag questions for Andrew the other day. His answer, the question was, who has a bigger year, Barkley or A.J. Brown? And he quickly said A.J. Brown. So what about Barkley's usage this year?
Well, the offense was, as we said, I mean, we learned this last year, and it's obvious. It has been going back to last year and will go through Saquon Barkley. That'll never change as long as Barkley's healthy, because it really worked with not putting Hurts back there 35 to 40 times, getting him in a manageable pass attempts per game. That really worked out. Certainly worked out in terms of not turning it over and being more efficient. Now, yeah, we know that Hurts in the passing game is wildly inconsistent. That's a fact. I'm not going to deny that. But you saw how well Hurts ended the season. It wasn't just a Super Bowl. It got more comfortable with Kellen Moore. I know now Petula comes in, but it really works out with Saquon Barkley. However, and this is something that we have to watch here, Mike, Barkley had a career high 345 carries, right? His previous career high was 295. And in the regular season, Mike, if you include the catches, okay, and you include the regular season and the playoffs, the total touches, a widely career high of 482 touches, Mike. Believe this or not, Derrick Henry never had more than 396 touches through the playoffs in any season. Jerome Bettis, who I work with at ESPN, a Pro Football Hall of Famer, never had as many carries as Barkley had last season in any season, 345. So, Mike, they can't overwork Barkley again. It worked. I get it. He stayed healthy. It's amazing to me. Will Shipley's had a good offseason. He looks really good, Mike. You know how explosive he is. They signed A.J. Dillon to be the backup because they know he can handle volume if Barkley can't play for whatever reason. When they get a lead in the fourth quarter, Mike, they got to be smart with Barkley. They cannot, if they're up by 17 points or more with 10 minutes left, pull them out of the game. If you have to put him back in, go ahead. But be smart. Don't let him wear down.
We'll see if they actually follow through with that. That one will be something to keep an eye on. But would you agree with Andrew's answer? He thinks A.J. Brown will have a bigger season than Barkley. Would you agree with that?
You'd have to put it in context because they're a low-volume pass team. The only way they're going to pass a lot is if they're behind. They rarely get behind. This defense is going to be good. Now, okay, I'll turn this around a different way. What if their defense isn't as good? What if they suffer? What if Quinyon Mitchell gets hurt? You know, there are a couple things that could happen. We'll talk about the defense in a couple minutes. A.J. Brown's numbers were down last season. They're not going to throw the ball a lot, Mike. I didn't hear the interview with Andrew, so I can't really comment on what he said. I typically don't comment on anything unless I hear it. But overall, look, it's going to go through Barkley. Now, do I think A.J. Brown will have a better season than last year? Probably. I do think they'll throw a little bit more, though. I do, because Petula has a better feel for Hurts because he's been with him so long. I expect him to pass a little bit more. Not a lot, though.
All right, Adam. The one spot on this team, on the offense, that has I won't say major change, but a change is at right guard. You got Becton out, and it was presumably Tyler Steen will be the starting guard there.
Should be, but not a lock.
Not a lock, but that's a battle. But right now, okay, it's not Tyler Steen, it's somebody. What do we look at how that position affects the offense?
Yeah, Mike, it cannot be a major problem. Look, I know that Tyler Steen does not project to be a Pro Bowl guard. There's just nothing in his DNA that says he'll be a great guard, but just be serviceable. Don't let it become a problem where they have to bench him. You don't want to go to Matt Pryor. Matt Pryor's a pretty valuable backup, probably a better football player than most people give him credit for. And look, Kenyon Green did not have a good offseason, so we'll get to training camp. We'll see if he could build on what happened and be better. But look, there's a saying with offensive line coaches I've talked to over the years. Sometimes you could hide a guard who's not great, but he can't be a detriment where 4 or 5 bad plays can lose you a game, Mike. You could hurt the run game. You could get your quarterback hurt. So, lastly, on the offense, right guard cannot be a major problem. I'd leave it at that.
All right. Obviously, that will be a battle at training camp, by the way, that we will all be keeping an eye on. Who wins that right guard battle, Steen or other? We'll certainly have to handicap that one as it comes down. Now, defense, a lot of questions over here. They lost 4 starters. They lost Oren Burks, who was the starter in the Super Bowl. So many questions here. But what's the first key to another Eagles Super Bowl run defensively?
Yeah, actually, they lost 5 starters, and then you have to add Nakobe Dean in there. So Milt Williams was a starter. Based on the way they used him, he was definitely a starter. But so I'm excited. This is an incredible fact that we found last year. I think we're like the only people who knew this, and believe it or not, it's going to be the same thing this year. The Eagles are the only NFL team that does not have a vested veteran on the interior of their defensive line. That means 4 accrued seasons or more. They don't have one. So they're really young, and the Eagles took a gamble last year. It really worked out well. Moro Jomo will replace Williams in the lineup. We know about Jordan Davis, and Jalen Carter is a budding superstar. Eagles are excited about Ty Robinson, the rookie, 4th round of Nebraska. Thomas Booker did a nice job in his limited role, and Byron Young, who really hasn't played in the NFL, barely played for the Raiders, didn't play for the Eagles, and Gabe Hall started to come on a little bit in the offseason, but he's got a long way to go, Mike. So they're super young. Lack of experience. We know they're going to be coached well by Clint Hurt, one of the best D-line coaches in the National Football League. They just have to continue to grow, and a big part of it is Jordan Davis. He's going to play more, Mike. How much more we're not going to know yet. They don't know yet, but the expectation around the team is he's going to play more than he did in previous seasons.
All right. Obviously, yes, the one guy they lost, Milton Williams, who got a lot of snaps for them. Who develops and takes those snaps? How do they get dispersed between the group that's left over? You mentioned Dean. He started last year. They lost him. Burks then stepped in. They've lost him too. So what about this inside linebacker group must be a key for this defense to improve?
Mike, first of all, the lightest position on the football team is that inside backer, okay? They don't use outside linebackers or Vic Fangio's defense. They're either inside or they're edge rushers. So right now they only have 5 on the roster, okay? Dean will start the training camp on active PUP, come off at any time, and then if he's not ready at the start of the regular season, which is very realistic, he'll go on reserve PUP, which means he misses 4 games. Right now it's going to be Baldwin Trotter Jr., okay? Jihad Campbell, they don't know exactly when he's going to be back. They know a ballpark sometime in August. We'll see when. Smile Monin, they're excited about, and Dallas Gannon, Lance Dixon. Monin's a guy that might be able to challenge Trotter Jr. Right now, the season started today. He definitely will be starting. But let's see what happens yet. We're not going to hand Trotter Jr. the job yet, but they're excited about him. Ringerstad's number 54, by the way. But other than Zach Bond, who came out of nowhere to be the best inside backer, actually best off-the-ball linebacker in football last season, it's a lot of question marks, Mike, and I'm a little bit concerned. It's not just a lack of experience. It's just overall the lack of quality depth. Guys who've been there, done it before. We know they'll be coached great by Bobby King, who's terrific. The secret sauce of this football team is how great their coaching staff is, Mike. We don't talk about it enough. And we don't know about Jihad Campbell. We know he's going to start off at inside backer, but he's going to be taking mental reps to start training camp. So they have so many questions, Mike, at that position. And now the other thing is, before we move on, could Zach Bond even come close to what he did last season? I don't know, Mike. I don't have the answer to that. I know a lot of people have asked me that. That's hard to answer because the bar was the best in football off the ball. That's impossible to believe that, but it happened.
I think that's a very fair question, but Bond said something I want you to listen to on the new Exciting Mike's podcast with Blankenship and DeJean, and I think it's very astute by Zach Bond. Adam, here's what he said.
And I think we have a lot to do as a defense, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, to think that was all of our first year in that scheme.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's crazy. Actually.
Like, what are we going to do next year? Like,
I know.
Already, I feel like we're miles ahead of where we were last year at this time.
No, we're miles ahead, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
We're having these high-level conversations in OTAs. We haven't really been thrown in the fire.
We're not even like planning for who we're like our offense, like who.
So
we're
a lot of
with.
what ifs.
Yeah.
That could help us,
which is good.
So all 3 of them kind of acknowledging that they're way ahead of the learning curve from where they were a year ago.
Well, I mean, look, for DeJean, yes, because remember he was so limited in their offseason, and he didn't play till that Bengals game in the regular season. So yeah, sure. The issue is really a depth issue, right? Yeah, and Bond now is in the second year of this defense. His second year as an inside backer. It's just kind of comical how this has happened. It's really, Mike, when you become a Super Bowl team, it's not just the talent of the players. It's things that happen that you can't compute, that you didn't expect. No bigger story. I would say Bond was one, and Becton 1A. Becton was another one to play guard first time in his life, and he becomes a serviceable player. Pretty amazing. So inside backer right now, Mike, it's just I'd say this much. So what has to happen? Those guys said it well. It was a good sound clip. They got to take their game to the next level. That there's no question about it. And at inside backer and just overall in the defense because they're so young.
Yeah, and I think you're concerned. Hey, can Bond do this again? Is certainly a fair question.
Probably though, Mike. Real quick, probably. Why? If he's healthy, smart, instinctive, length, could rush the passer. That's another thing. I wonder if they'll let him rush the passer a little bit more. He's been an add-in defender against the run on a 5-man front, but sometimes. Yeah, I'm excited to see him. Yes, no doubt about it.
All right, they lost Josh Sweat, right? And how do they replace him? Who steps up? That's got to be a big question.
And Brandon Graham. By the way, real quick, we interviewed Brandon Graham this week. Jeff and I, great interview. You can find it on any platform. Wait to hear what he has to say about Moro Ojomo. Okay, who's going to be a first-time starter? He takes Milt Williams' spot on their front, and we talking to Dallas Goedert this coming week, and then we got another surprise for you. And check this out, everything there at Inside the Birds. But Mike, when you look at this edge group, Graham retires, right? And then you've got Josh Sweat leaving, and now they're a little bit late there. Could they use one more guy? Probably so. Someone's got to exceed expectations. Jeff made a really good point. Every year, pretty much, when the Eagles have been good, someone becomes like their top edge rusher. Some guy like turns out to be a pretty good edge rusher, right? Well, Nolan Smith, after a very rough start, really improved. Is he an elite edge rusher? No, he probably will be. Could he be better than average or good? Yes, he's capable of doing that. He's coming off the surgery, but he should be ready very soon. He got limited work in their offseason. Jalen Hunt, this kid's upside is ridiculous, but he's raw. He's still learning. He's only been playing edge about 3 years. 3.5 years, maybe. Former safety, as you know, from Ivy League school. So you worry about that, Mike. So now Azeez Ojulari, he actually could, Mike, he could wind up being their Brandon Graham, and that to me, if he could be an elite third edge rusher, I think they'll be okay with their edge rush if he can be.
That's my pick, by the way. Just throwing it out there for the people. My pick is Ojulari. He was the guy that I wanted them to target. And
it's a great signing, by the way.
I think that was a shrewd pick up by Howie Roseman. All right. You look at Keys. Last year, you brought Mitchell in. He replaced Bradbury, who was very poor the year before. So who replaces Slay, I guess, is another big question.
Yeah, and Mike, it won't take long. We'll know in training camp what it looks like between Ringo and Jackson. Ringo has everything you want. We've outlined now for 3 years the stiffness, though. I mean, he's got great length. He's super fast in a straight line. 4.33 at the combine, which is crazy at corner. Just under 6'2", but it's the stiffness. He's not great with the match, carry, deliver responsibilities in the secondary. They play mirror match coverage. He's not great at it. He's got to improve. Had another good offseason, but it doesn't matter until you get to training camp. The real competition starts at training camp, but Dory Jackson will have something to say about that. This cannot be a problem, Mike. If teams start picking on whoever starts there at left corner, that is a problem. So this is one we're going to watch at training camp. We'll see what happens.
All right, number 5 on the list of how the Eagles can go back-to-back here. You take a look at what's a key to another Super Bowl run. They traded Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. This wasn't a guy who willingly walked out the door. They made that decision.
Yeah, it's true. So here's the deal. Drew Makuba will wind up starting. Whether it's week 1 or week 3, he'll get the majority of starts, if not all of them. You don't draft guys in the second round to sit. Doesn't work that way. So Sidney Brown, he's not a real good fit here. He's a box player. Box safeties usually go later than the third round. So Ken Makuba, and by the way, he was a playmaker in college, whether he played nickel at Clemson or he played safety at Texas. Guy's a playmaker. I'm interested to see what he does. But Mike, someone's got to create turnovers or ball production in their secondary with his either passes defense or turnovers. Makuba's got to be that guy, Mike, going forward.
All right, those are some of the keys for another Super Bowl run. And, of course, the OTA's now in the books. Now they can hang out at the beach for a little while here. They can do whatever they want. This is the time of the year, the only time of the year, Adam, where the football front offices get a little worried. They don't want to hear anybody get in the police blotter, right?
Yeah, and I know Andrew Brandt, who's a friend, has talked about that. We won't talk about what happened with Najee Davenport, but you can look it up on the internet and laugh. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Adam Kaplan, of course, the Inside the Birds podcast. Get everything over at Inside the Birds. It's available on all podcasting platforms and every day at 4 o'clock right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Adam, enjoy the weekend.
You too, thanks.
All right, there you go. Adam Kaplan, everybody here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Excuse me, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show on X and on YouTube. You can subscribe. We're live. You can watch the show each and every day over there on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. All right, more Sports Bash coming up, including today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back, and we got so many Nuggets. He was in Boston on his way back yesterday. He'll be back live on the stream. You can watch that here on the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, like, and be a part of the show. Text board, a little slow on the Happy Hour Friday text today. Oh, we actually just got one. As I said that we've been slow on the Happy Hour Friday, Shaner in New York checks in. Happy Hour Friday, enjoying a flight of Bones Farm, Mad Dog, St. Ides, and Natty Ice. That sounds like you will vomit. That doesn't sound like a good time there, Shaner. He says, how about the tight end combo football at 4? Calcaterra, I feel, is so much potential, but everyone says he can't block. He seemed fine with Dallas out. Can he fill the gap, or is that purely up in the air position? You know, that was a question we asked on the mailbag segment on Wednesday. Who has a better chance to make the team, Calcaterra or one of the tight ends that they signed? Go back and check that one out on the Football at 4 on the YouTube channel. Shaner, appreciate it as always. And by the way, Happy Hour Friday to you and everybody out there. What are you having? Hit us up right now. 609-403-0973. Give me a good suggestion for today's Happy Hour Friday. I would appreciate it. I will do the same for you a little bit later on. Knicks Nuggets are next on the Sports Bash. 4:30 on a Friday, happy hour Friday. What are you having on a happy hour Friday? Let us know. 609-403-0973, a happy hour Friday on the Sports Bash. Always looking for some good suggestions. Send them to the text board, 609-403-0973. We gave you some good ones last week. Going to throw out a couple later on in the show tonight. So check that out. You can always send yours in on the text board, 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the Untap app at MG973. If you're on Untap, you can follow all my picks over there. MG973. Follow me on the Untapped app. All right, time for Nick's Nuggets right now. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, and he is the weekend producer, The Locker Room, on 97.3 ESPN. He joins us now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets, brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN on a happy hour Friday. Nick Earnshaw, what's up?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Nice to see you on a Friday afternoon. I know your Friday didn't get off to a happy start, but it's going to have a happy end to it. I'll have to put it that way, right? I mean, listen, you get a couple of beer suggestions, just have a happy hour, enjoy it at the end of the day. I know the shit. Listen, it's not too bad. On the camera, it doesn't look too bad. I could see you were on the X platform, the YouTube. It didn't go down today. The internet isn't broken, so that's a good sign. But you look good today. It's not that bad. Not that bad.
Yeah, it was rough fixing, putting the pieces back together on that.
I'm sure. I've had moments where I've been running around late to work. I do the cut. Sometimes I cut myself, and that throws me all off. That's the worst. I hate when that happens. When you use the razor, you're going all the way down, clean shaven. That is nothing worse than that. I've fallen over, tripped over stuff, banged my knee, and I stubbed my toe. I stub my toe all the time, just walking around. Very clumsy individual. So when that happens, it's all hell breaks loose, honestly.
Well, guess what? Be careful around the razor.
Yeah, you have to be. You
go razor or you go electric?
I go both, depending on how I'm feeling. I sometimes let the beard grow out, or I'll go electric sometimes if I let it go out, and then I just want a little scruff, but then I'll go all the way down with like the Bic razor.
You have the beard that, like, you have a very Amish looking beard. Like, you can pass for like an Amish guy.
Yeah, a little bit. That's what I've been told at times. If I can't do a mustache. Mustache, I'm out on. Mr. Danny Ryan, that guy could grow a mustache. That's a pretty good mustache by him.
I haven't seen Danny Ryan. It's been a while since I've seen Danny Ryan. Is he going mustache these days?
Oh, he's going mustache. Strong mustache, too.
Wow. I'm going to have to text him and say, yo, I want to see a picture of the mustache.
Absolutely. It's good. It's a good mustache. All right, we got to get into it a little bit. Nugget number one, we got to talk some Phils. They're back in action tonight against the Blue Jays. But I don't want to talk about Ranger tonight. I don't want to talk about I want to talk about Zach Wheeler. The Athletic, Matt Gelb. I mean, this was a fascinating article put out today about Zach Wheeler, and it was incredible. Some of the nuggets in this piece were just absolutely hilarious. It goes from he doesn't work out a ton, okay? And some of the things that go on when he works out, and if he gets into the gym, Orion Kirkering learned this, and this is in the Matt Gelb Athletic article, that when Zach Wheeler is working out, he usually, which is a rare occasion, that he will have a Diet Coke with him. He eats McDonald's, he eats Chick-fil-A, doesn't really care. He's 35. He just lets it be. He's his own individual. But the one thing that I really took away from this piece today is that he plans on retiring no matter what at the end of his contract. He is set in stone with 2027. He doesn't care if he's on top of the world. He's a family guy. He wants to retire in 2027 at the end. Now, they did get quotes from other players, JT Realmuto being one of those guys, and they kind of laughed it off, saying, yeah, if he's on top of his game, I don't know about that. I'm paraphrasing clearly, but I found that very interesting. That's a takeaway I had from the article, that Zach Wheeler, 2027, the end of this contract, he is done. Zip. He is 35 years of age, Mike Gill, as of right now.
Yeah, that would put him at 37, which you would think he still has at least, listen, you saw a guy like Roy Halladay. He just was done at the end of that contract. I mean, not even at the end of the contract. He didn't even get to the end of the contract. And Roy Halladay just absolutely was shot. And that was at 30, his last year in Philadelphia, he was 36 years old. I mean, so Wheeler will be older than that at the end of now. Halladay had a lot more miles on the arm. Halladay threw 2,750 innings in his career. Right now, you're at 1,660 for Wheeler. So he still has about 1,000 innings to go to catch Halladay. But Halladay was younger, and he was at the end of the line, and that was it. And a lot of people compare Wheeler a lot to Halladay in terms of top of the rotation kind of horses, the way they are. So at 37 years old, he might say, you know what? I saw what happened to Halladay. I don't want that to happen to me. I'm done.
Yeah, and the way the article ended, he said, nah, it will be easy to walk away. That's in reference to even if he's still on top. Like, if he's still, pitching the way he's been pitching as of late, he's ready to walk. It does not matter to him, which I can respect. If he's ready to go, you retire. You had a great career. Hopefully you get a World Series ring within the next couple of years. It'd be nice. They can. He's done his job. He's done his part. So I thought that was very fascinating, the way it ended up. But he's an interesting guy. He keeps to himself. We don't hear from Zach Wheeler, it feels like, a ton, right? He's not this bombastic personality. He keeps to himself. He goes out there, does his job. And it was funny. They were talking about kind of the stare that he gives some of the guys. Bryce Harper, he gives it to Bryce, he gives it to Realmuto. Kerkering, it's a funny little nugget in there as well. Kerkering just seems like this rookie. He was like, didn't understand. Like, he's just a young guy, still finding his way around, and Wheeler's just like shaking his head for the most part, dealing with Kerkering. So that was pretty fascinating to read.
That's an odd pairing.
Is that he's ready to retire in 2 years, 2.5 years.
That seems like an odd pairing, Kerkering and Wheeler. Like, they would seem like kind of an odd couple there. But, yeah, I mean, I would not be shocked if Wheeler kept to his word.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And we've seen players do that before. And, Saquon Barkley, just another Philly athlete, that in recent weeks has said, I'll when I'm ready, maybe 2 years, maybe 3, maybe the end of this contract, I'll be done. You know what I mean? He was on a podcast referencing that too. I think Zach Wheeler's one of those type of guys that if he's saying it, it's going to happen. Like, he's no nonsense, not messing around. Yeah, I'm going to retire at the end of this contract. That's it. I don't care if I'm on top of the world, whatever. His teammates seem to disagree. That's the only issue.
We'll see. I would tend to think that he's not messing around with that, and we'll hope. Listen, you hope that he's not at the top of his game and he just walks away, and that he does have gas left to take, because then people will become resentful of him.
I hope not. If they can get a ring, I don't think they will. Just say if he can walk out. But yeah, I mean, if he's at the top of his game at 37, 38 years of age, I mean, at that point, it's like, why might as well go into your 40s. But if that's it, if that's his decision, he's sticking to it.
I'll tell you this.
Very interesting.
As much as Wheeler is, I don't want to say he's the by far the best pitcher in the game. I'd say he's in the top 10. Look at a lot of these pitchers and what they became later on in their careers. I mean, Max Scherzer, Verlander's been pretty good, but not the same pitcher. Kershaw completely fell off. I mean, a lot of these guys, they do just kind of quickly bang. They just kind of fade.
Yeah, so that could happen for a pitcher. They could just fade in their last year. You want him, so I wouldn't mind if he went out on top. That would look better for him, to be honest. I hope people wouldn't be resentful of that. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2, something I'm a little resentful of. Former owner of the 76ers, Michael Rubin. CEO of Fanatics, etc. He gave out a Mount Rushmore. Now, he was on Breakfast Ball on FS1, and they did like a little TikTok before he went on the air. And we have a little sound of what Michael Rubin's Philly sports athlete Mount Rushmore is. I didn't find it. I thought it was a bad list. Take a listen to this.
Who's your Mount Rushmore of Philly athletes?
So how many people on Mount Rushmore again?
4.
Got to go with Julius Erving, Allen Iverson. I'm going to go old school, bring it back for me. Mike Schmidt, because that's who I grew up loving. And, Jalen Hurst, we just won the Super Bowl. Let's go, baby.
Okay. Mike, reaction to that. First of all, didn't know how many heads were on Mount Rushmore. So that's red flag number 1. but then you don't even have a flyer on there. You got to go one for each team to make it fair. It goes 2 Sixers. I get it. Former Sixers owner. Understand. Basketball guy. Got it. But you got to go flyer in there. And then Hurts, it's too early. He's still playing at this point. I think you got to go retired. Not still playing, not current.
Hurts definitely is not on the list. I mean, for four and the greatest. Now, flyer I don't have to have, but I would wonder if Bobby Clark would be on as one of the Mount Rushmore players in the city of Philadelphia's history. I have a huge problem with that list. Now, you say Hurts can't go a current player. He did win the Super Bowl. He won the Super Bowl MVP. He's been to the playoffs 4 times. His record, I think he's won 70% of his games or something crazy like that. I don't know. It's not far-fetched to say he's, at the end of the day, his career, now you might say he's not ready yet. Okay, I'll play along. The other guys are not. Do you have a problem with the other 3? Or you just saying you have a problem with one?
I have a problem with no flyer on the list. You have to have one from each team because someone's going to get left off no matter what. That was my one issue. My other issue was Hurts. Hurts is still playing. I can't put someone on the Mount Rushmore if they're still playing. Now, granted, when he retires, he's probably going to be on my Mount Rushmore. I don't care. I'll have 2, 3, 4 Eagles. I don't care at that point. But I'm just kidding. But I would rather go one from each team. You can't go current players. There's got to be rules to this, Mike. We can't go out of hand, go older players. You got to have a nice balance. And I'll give you my list real quick. Mike Schmidt, totally agree. He's got to be on there. Probably the greatest Philly of all time. Number 2, you got to go Bobby Clark for the Flyers. Easy enough. I mean, back-to-back cups. He was the staple of the Flyers, of those Broad Street Bullies, right? All right, number 3, Jason Kelce. Kelce, now retired, can be on the Mount Rushmore. The most iconic speech in Philadelphia parade history, okay? Probably the best center in Eagles history. There could be a debate there, but I would tend to think he is. Number 4, Allen Iverson. Most iconic. Got to the 0-1 finals. Didn't win a championship, but he has to be on the Mount Rushmore Philly sports athletes. There's no doubt about it. But you go one from each team. That's what you got to do, and they got to be retired, Mike.
I don't need to go one from each team, but even if I do, I go Bobby Clark, probably Mike Schmidt, Allen Iverson, probably Dr. J over Allen Iverson. Doc won a championship. Allen did not. Also making the move from the ABA to the NBA, the dunk, he kind of made basketball kind of hip and cool in that era. So probably Doc over Iverson. Kelce doesn't get on there.
What? You can't put Kelce on there? Are you kidding me?
No.
Who are you putting on? If you go Dawkins, that's fine. I would go Dawkins. That's fair too.
No Dawkins. The Eagles are tough. They've won 2 Super Bowls, and the face of their first Super Bowl team was not an iconic franchise quarterback. So that puts you in a weird spot because they also didn't have this legendary receiver or legendary running back, and they really didn't have a standout defensive player on that team from that group. So that's a really tough one with them, which goes back to their second Super Bowl championship. You've got Jalen Hurts, who is an iconic, going to turn out being an iconic player. You're saying you can't put a guy who's still currently active. So then at that point, do I have to go back to a era gone by before that and look at somebody different? That's where I think the Eagles are really tough because I don't think there's a player from their past that is iconic enough to put up on the Mount Rushmore.
It's tough. The Eagles, I can understand there's an argument there. You could put Dawkins. There's a ton of players you can go with. If they're
I don't even know you put Dawkins. Everybody's just so Dawkins. I love Dawkins. He never won a Super Bowl.
He's an iconic player, but that's why I went Kelce because Kelce won the Super Bowl. He was the center, and he's one of the best players in franchise history. Had the speech. That's iconic. That's Mount Rushmore worthy. That's why I got to go Kelce. He's also retired, so I have to go Kelce there.
Yeah. See, I'm not one of those guys that gets moved by this ancillary stuff. He gave a speech. He had a goofball hat on. I don't really care. I mean, people get moved by that kind of stuff. You can't be clouded by that type of stuff.
But that matters when you're going on Mount Rushmore.
If you told me Jason Kelce's up to 2016 when the fans wanted to get rid of him because they thought he sucked, then you can't then in the next sentence say, but then he goes on the Mount Rushmore.
I wasn't one of those people though. Like, this is my personal list. You got to go Kelce. You have to go Kelce. I mean, the guy won here. He played in 2 Super Bowls, won the first one, 6-time first team All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler. I mean, he has the accolades to back it up as well. And the fact it was he's a center being an icon, that's got to say something too.
You can make a strong argument that Lane Johnson's actually, at the end of the day, he have won 2 Super Bowls.
That's fair. I don't hate that. I'm not hating that argument. I said there are going to be players left out. You can only pick 4. I got to go 1 from each team. Someone's getting left out. Tons of players are going to get left out. But I think Jason Kelce, with the off-the-field stuff, too, I think that also has to play a role. Same with Allen Iverson. He didn't win a championship.
See, I think the Kelce off-the-field stuff is playing too much of a role. That's the problem.
I don't think it is on this. In this case, I don't think it is. I think it's part of it, though. But he has the accolades to back it up. That's my point.
Yeah, listen,
too.
It's going to be hard to find somebody else who has won 6 AP first-team All-Pros. That is definitely something that you're not going to find another Eagle who has 6 first-team All-Pro selections.
Yeah, and I think you also have to look at the fan base. You see Kelce jerseys, and you'll see them for eternity. Kind of like Nick Foles, too, but I'm not going to put Nick Foles on there. Kelce,
yeah, and listen,
jerseys everywhere. He's an icon.
Fans are very easily swayed because he's a guy that's on TV. He drinks beer. He's got his own beer. All that stuff. That kind of stuff doesn't sway me. I'm just going off of what makes sense, not how are you marketing yourself to me. This is not a marketing thing. We're not,
No, it's not. But Kelce,
talk about the greatest player in the history of the franchise. You talk about the greatest player in the history of the franchise, not the greatest center in the history of the franchise, the greatest player in the history of the franchise.
Mount Rushmore, I have to go iconic, too. That has to weave in to the argument. Iconic, off the field, speech, parade, that matters in my estimation. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3, and we're going to kind of bounce off of this subject a little bit into the unsportsmanlike convo from earlier. The superstar definition. I know you guys were debating it. Unsportsmanlike was debating it. This is an interesting. This matters too, and the way Magic Johnson talked about it on First Take about what is a superstar, someone that basically will sell tickets and you'll tune into, you'll be there. It's appointment television, essentially. That was his definition of a superstar. I think you got to add more into it. Same kind of goes with the Mount Rushmore. It's essentially the superstars of Philadelphia athletes that we were just talking about. But what makes a superstar? I think you got to add all of it. The stats, the off the field stuff, the iconic prowess of an individual. I think that all plays into it when you're talking about what is a superstar, Mike.
Yeah, the whole thing of it almost sounds like he's saying it's not your performance on the court that makes you a superstar. It's what you are off the court. It's, are you a guy that is must-see TV? Now, being a very good player makes you a must-see TV player. Like Caitlin Clark, the ratings with her are down, or without her are down 55%. That would say that she fits this category.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she would definitely fit this category. But play matters. But when you have that personality as well, that plays into your superstardom too. But there are superstars out there that are pretty quiet, right? That is a possibility. But the play, that's the biggest part. That's the main part. The other stuff, the personality, that could just enhance it, or it could make it worse.
Yeah, I think beauty's in the eye of the beholder here. Like, if you tell me, hey, I have to be in front of the TV, just because you have to be doesn't mean I have to be. So does that mean that he's not a superstar to me, but he is to you? And does that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. Like, Giannis Antetokounmpo, I don't know that people have to be in front of the TV for him.
I think at one point they did. I think at one point, I feel like he's still a superstar, But I feel like his stardom has come down just a little bit because of the injuries, etc. They haven't gone far in the postseason the past couple of years. But there was a point people wanted to tune in to see the Greek Freak. Like, I would have considered him a superstar a couple of years back. Recency bias also plays a role into this as well. The time period that you're in. A guy could be a star for a while, have his ups and downs, but could still be a superstar, right?
Right, like how many guys in the league right now? Josh mentioned Anthony Edwards. Is Anthony Edwards one of those guys? Is SGA? He's the MVP of the league. Is Tyrese Halliburton one of those guys? I would almost say the only guys that fit that bill are LeBron, Curry, that group.
Yeah, I feel like no one's taken the mantle in the NBA. No one's really kind of grabbed it and ran with it. It's like the era is it's kind of stalled a little bit because those guys are still playing. It hasn't really, the torch hasn't been passed, Mike. That's essentially what I would say to that.
Well, I think the torch, you're right, by saying the torch hasn't been passed. I think they're trying to pass it, but the league, like the television partners and stuff, are like trying to hold on just a little bit while longer. They're trying to get as much from the Curry and the LeBrons as much as they possibly can. But we'll see if they change that this season coming up, now that the Currys, the LeBrons, and the Durants are kind of like, hey, we're playoff entries, but we're first-round exit kind of guys.
Yeah, they're fringe playoff teams at this point. They're in their late 30s. It's time to start passing the torch a little bit. All right, Mike, 3-pack of nuggets for you today.
All right, there you go. Is Kelce on your Eagle Mount Rushmore spot? I got to think about that one more because the Eagles just don't have that guy that is like the all-time quarterback or the all-time running back or the all-time wide receiver. More Sports Bash to come here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Hill. Phillies lineup tonight: Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, Kepler, Real Muto, Stott, Kemp, Brandon Marsh. Your pitching matchup for the evening, it's Ranger Suárez getting the ball 4-1 with a 2.70 ERA up against Kevin Gausman for the Blue Jays. We'll have plenty more on this series on Monday's edition of the Sports Bash, but we got one more hour of Bash left to go. We hope you'll keep it here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 5 o'clock driving home. We got a lot of texts from the last segment, so we'll read off some of those as well here this hour on the Sports Fest. Last hour of the week for me and you hanging out together. A lot of reaction to the Mount Rushmore from Michael Rubin. I heard Michael Rubin on a different podcast, and I guess he's got an event coming up for Fanatics, so he must be doing the whole car washes, they will. Cole from LBI says the whole listening base is surprised Nick didn't put Foles on the Philly Mount Rushmore. Yeah, do you put Foles on there? I guess Michael Rubin, he put on two Sixers, a Philly, and then he put on Jalen Hurts as the Philly sports. Now, he gets asked on the spot, so that's a tough one. But what do you guys have to say about Jason Kelce being the Eagles representative? Now, part of Nuggets' thought was that it's got to be one player from each team. What do you think about that?
I don't mind the one player from each team, but it cannot be Kelce because Mount Rushmore is supposed to be, he's correct, it's supposed to be iconic, but it's also supposed to be the elite of the elite. It's got to be somebody.
He had 6 first-team All-Pros. That's the elite of the elite right there, right?
Yeah, but see, this is where I disagree with you about Dawkins. Dawkins is one of the greatest safeties of all time in football.
I don't know if I view him as that. I feel like because he was an Eagle and he was Dawkins, I think we rank him higher than he really was.
So who are these obvious safeties that are so much better than Dawkins?
8. What do you got? You got any on that, Rothstein? I got Ronnie Lott. I got a lot. I mean, I got a lot of guys I like better than Dawkins. To me, I hate to say it, be the bearer of this. I love Dawkins, but in the end, I was always disappointed that those defenses generally let the Eagles down in all of their playoff losses, except for the Carolina game where McNabb got hurt. In the end, it was always the Eagles' defense that you're like, dude.
Well, it's not Dawkins' fault that the pass rush failed in some of those big games.
No, but he was kind of the faces of that era's defense.
You basically blame him for being the face of disappointment.
A little bit, maybe. What do you say?
Well, I mean, I sigh at this whole conversation. I think the Mount Rushmore combo is just the worst. But I mean, it's always
you're the worst. You're no fun.
I agree, but
it's just always it's just so basic, right? Like it's just I'm sorry. Like listen,
no,
I'll have it so I'm blue in the face.
It came up from Michael Rubin who was asked about it, and he put Jalen Hurts as one of the 4 players, and Earnshaw was essentially saying you got to have one from each team, and it can't be an active player.
You can have whatever you want. Listen, if the 4 biggest names in Philly sports history came from the Eagles, then they come from the Eagles, right?
I agree.
I mean, there's no qualifications to that, but that's what makes this argument fun is because everyone's going to interpret what Mount Rushmore means to them completely differently, right? Is it the 4 most popular guys? Is it the 4 most talented? Is it the 4 most successful as far as championships? What does it mean? No one knows.
Yeah, that's why. I agree. Like those things are all to me. Kelce gets on there because he's Kelce. Like if he was just Jason Kelce and never said a word for 12 years, I don't think that he's a guy that you're considering there. Although I will say, 6 All-Pro first team now at a position that maybe didn't have a lot of competition for him.
Yeah, well, if we don't even know if there's competition, right? The majority of fans, right? The center position is not something we do deep dives in. I would say if it's most successful or most famous, Kelce's on it for Philly.
So you would say that you would put him on there?
No, I don't know because it's how do we categorize it? I think he is one of the most famous Philly athletes of all time.
Famous, no question.
Right.
But famous is not the same as the greatest. Like, for example, there's a whole contingent of fans, Ryan, who are shaking their fists at the radio right now who are saying, Chuck Bednarik's the greatest center of all time.
Yeah, we got a lot of those texts, by the way. I got a text in front of me. Bednarik over Kelce.
I didn't know that the people that watched him could text. I mean, I don't...
Ryan, you learn something new every day.
Listen, I acknowledge the greats like from the 60s and 50s and Wilt Chamberlain, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm giving them the nod over people I've watched. That's my philosophy.
Yeah, I'm generally that way too, where I'm not going to put somebody on a list who I've never actually seen play, because then I'm just going off of hearsay and stats. So I can't say Bednarik over so-and-so or anything. Like, he said Iverson over Dr. J. Nuggets did, not Ruben. Ruben put them both on. He put on Dr. J and Iverson. I saw the back end of Dr. J, so I never saw him in his prime. I saw him at the end, and it was not great, to be honest with you. His last couple seasons were kind of But I saw him enough in those years that I can say I can envision you being great from what I saw, even at your end.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if anyone wants to put Dr. J, I'm not going to argue it. Right, he's before my time, but I've talked to a lot of people that watched him in his prime, and know that you have as well. And it's like, yeah, this dude he's legendary. He transcended the game, coming from ABA, everything he did, how he dunked, how his game was new, right? And that's the game we still see today. So Dr. J is fair. I wouldn't argue it, but I don't know if he'd be on my personal one.
Yeah, Dr. J, I have no problem putting on there because I thought he was an unbelievable player, and they won a championship.
Yeah, all fair. So, yeah, I think that's all. And it's all, like, I'm sure you're getting more texts. I'm curious to see how listeners and fans categorize, the top four when they think of Philly sports. I think that's how we should do it, is when you think of Philly sports, who are the first four names that come to mind?
Well, this guy just texted in, Dr. J, Bobby Clark, Mike Schmidt, Jalen Hurts. The Eagles are the toughest one because their championships have been recent, and their first championship did not come with an iconic Super Bowl championship quarterback. He was a backup quarterback who won that big game. So it's not like he's like the franchise icon of the position. They did not have a running back on that team who was like a historic player. Alshon Jeffries was their top wide receiver. He's not like an all-time great. They didn't have a face on defense either. That was like, hey, this defense was Reggie White or so-and-so. So the first Eagles Super Bowl is almost like a team achievement more than the player. And now you have this one that is too recent to put someone from this team on that list.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't put Jalen Hurts on the Mount Rushmore. And I'm not even saying he's not deserving, but you can't do it. He's active in his career. I just don't think that that's valid. That's how you go about this. But I think I disagree with you slightly. I agree with your overall points there about it being a team effort and being unique. But because it was Nick Foles and because of how Foles did it, that sort of just catapulted and transcended his narrative and legacy, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, but I think like Foles to me is in a category by himself, not of like, hey, you're up there with the other greats. You are on this category that he's gotten. He's got this statue. He's gotten all this, individual adulation. But that's what I think he deserves more than his jersey being retired, like all that stuff.
I mean, I hear you, but listen, I think he deserves any and all accolades. If anyone wants to put him on the Mount Rushmore, I am not arguing that person for a millisecond, because the impact of bringing the Eagles the first Super Bowl and how it happened, that's significant enough. It's significant enough for all of it.
Hey, listen, it's a very, it's one of those debates that everybody, there's no real answer to. It's whatever you think. But, to me, when Ruben says Hurts, he said, look, he just won the Super Bowl. I think eventually Hurts would be the guy of the Philadelphia Eagles. He's won one. He's been to one. Who knows if he gets another one. But if he's trending in the direction, this is crazy to say, Jalen Hurts is trending in the direction to be the greatest Eagle of all time.
I think that is absolutely well said and fair. I agree. I agree with Mike Schmidt. Do you agree with Schmidt? I'm curious on your stance.
I will say this. I do agree with Mike Schmidt numerically, the 546 home runs. I mean, that number, I watched him hit his 500th home run. I will say my recollection of Schmidt was not great. I did not see him during his glory years. I mean,
But still, we can acknowledge his impact.
Listen, I know what he did. 548 homers, so I know that, and that's at the time hitting 500 home runs. He was like there was very few. When he hit his 500th home run, and I watched the game that he did it.
That's a big deal.
I only remember Schmidt really, I guess like 86, 87, and he was the MVP of the league in 86, but I don't remember a whole heck of a lot. Like his last 2 years from now, I'm in 88 and 89, I'm now like old enough, like, okay, this guy stinks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the hubbub is about this guy when he has, he hit 249 with 12 homers, and then the next year he retires because he's hitting 203 with 6 homers, and I remember watching him cry and retire on that day in San Diego. I remember that. But 87, 86, I don't remember all that much, so my recollections of Schmitz were not very memorable is what I would say.
Fair. So who would you put?
Not to mention, the teams that I watched at that era were terrible. So watching Schmidt, and then he was on really bad teams. Like at that age, it's hard for you to wrap your head around this guy's so great, and yet the team stinks.
Right. Yeah. No, that could, I can see how that could maybe skew things for you. So who's a Philly for you?
It's another tough one because you have that 08 era.
Yeah.
And now you have this current era. Because if it's not Schmidt, and by the way, I think Schmidt deserves to be the guy. You have the Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins. I don't think Chase Utley is on the same level as those two. I think he's a step below those two. Halladay wasn't here long enough and didn't have as big of an impact, so I don't think it's a pitcher from that era. And now you have this era. I mean, Bryce Harper's still playing. Do you say him? He hasn't won a World Series, so is he not qualified for that? So really it goes back to Schmidt.
Yeah, it's sort of by default. If we had to pick someone, especially for like our era, someone after Schmidt, you almost have to lump in Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, and J-Roll together as one. That's a huge cop-out answer, but it's like they're viewed as one, aren't they? Like for Philly fans?
Yeah, I mean, I do think everybody kind of had their favorite. Like, if you're a Howard guy, you're a Howard guy. If you're an Utley guy, you're an Utley guy. If you're a Rollins guy, you were a Rollins guy. Like, I don't know. Now, the other guy I guess you could throw in the mix would be Steve Carlton, who pitched for 15 years in Philadelphia. He won a Cy Young. Now, he won a Cy Young on a last-place team. He actually won, I think, 3 Cy Youngs with the Phillies. Maybe he might have won 4 Cy Youngs with the Phillies.
What about Cole Hamels?
Nah, I don't think so.
He had one MVP. I just had to throw him out there.
He would be akin to saying that Nick Foles gets it. He had one really memorable run. He didn't even have a great year. He had a good year. He did his memorable moments came in the World Series and in the NLCS. And they're great moments. But as a career, Hamels was pretty average. I don't want to say average isn't fair. He was good. He wasn't great.
Yeah. No, I agree. And if it's between Foles and Hamels, I give Foles the edge, honestly. But digress.
What's bigger, Foles winning the Super Bowl or Hamels winning the World Series?
Foles winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Foles by a mile. Not even close.
I agree.
Yeah.
By the way, Carlton won 4 Cy Youngs with the Phillies and a 10-time All-Star in a Phillies uniform, and he won a Gold Glove, and he was the Triple Crown pitching winner.
He's deserving.
Now, listen, Carlton, same thing. When I watch Carlton, I caught him right at the end. He was bad. He was terrible. When I saw him with the Phillies, his ERA was like 5s. I think his last year. Now he's in his 40s at this time. So I'm in the same category where I watch this guy pitch. I remember, and he was not lefty. He was left out. Get him off the mound, please.
His final year with the Phillies, he had a 6.18 ERA.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird when I think, like, when we're talking about old school players versus guys we watched throughout our whole life. It's like for basketball, we know the game 50 years ago, the guys weren't the athletes they are now. But pitching in baseball, like, which era has the edge? I don't know if I respect, like, the Steve Carltons of the world more, or do we look at pitchers today and, like, Doc Holliday and say, no, these dudes are just head and shoulders above them. Because those guys went 8-9 innings. Like, those guys were gritty, man. There's an argument for them.
I think the pitchers today have better stuff. They throw harder. The pitchers of when I grew up were better pitchers. if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes complete sense. I agree with you. Yeah.
Does throwing harder make you a better anything? No.
No.
The fascination with velo is essentially it's a way to gain attention. But if you can't throw strikes, what good is it? I mean, it's like Carlos Hernandez throws 98 miles an hour every pitch, and he can't find a job because he stinks. It's unfortunate that that's what we're plugging into everybody's head is velo, velo, velo. How about somebody say, this guy's teaching velo, I'm going to teach you how to pitch and being a better pitcher. Now, the problem would be you're not getting the notice if you don't throw hard enough.
Yeah, which is a shame. It may be the only piece in all of sports right now that we can say the pitchers were better in the olden days than the current guys, right? Like every other sport or every position, we're not saying that. Do you agree?
The pitchers, wait, say that again?
Do you agree that the pitchers are the only position in all of sports that we can say, yeah, the old school guys were better? They were more of a pitcher. We can't say that about
well, right. They knew their craft better than the current group did. The pitchers today have unbelievable stuff. They're nasty, but there's very few of them that know what the hell they're doing with what they have. You know, it's great that you have, I ask a kid all the time, what do you throw? I got a 13-year-old kid saying, oh, I throw a curveball, a slider, a four-seam, a two-seam, a sinker. I got a knuckle curve. Okay, dude, how many of those actually go near the plate? One? One.
4 of them were actually all just fastballs, kid.
And I had someone tell me I throw 80 miles an hour one time. No, you don't. You don't throw 80 miles an hour, nor if you did throw 80 miles an hour, it doesn't go anywhere near the plate. So let's get back to square one and tell me again, what pitches do you throw? Ball 4 doesn't count. Like, that's where we are with a lot of these pitchers in the majors is they throw hard, they can't throw strikes.
Right. It's a problem.
So, to go back, yes, the pitchers of the 90s, and they didn't throw as hard, but they had better command, and they knew what to do. They knew how to pitch. They knew how to set you up. They knew all that. But part of the problem is, too, I feel bad for the kids and pitchers today. Everything is so stressed on velo. So now they're all trying to throw so hard. And because they can't throw that hard in reality, they're compensating by overthrowing. They hurt their arm because they really they can't throw as hard as they want to. So now they're overthrowing and hurting their arm. And when you overthrow, the end result is you can't throw strikes when you overthrow. What is the first thing guy overthrows? He goes up, throws it over the backstop. Don't overthrow. So
yeah.
That is, I do feel bad. And then the other part of it you feel bad about is this pitch count thing. These kids, they don't know how to throw more than 85 pitches in a game, and it's like, all right, you're done, dude. Like, it's a sad cycle that we've created,
Yeah, it absolutely is. And how about this statement? Is this fair to say, or do you sigh at it? Everything that you just outlined has had a negative impact on hitters. Because the pitching is different and no longer as good, so the offense and the hitters are no longer it's just different, Everything is different.
Well, we went through that whole little phase of the launch angle, and that is kind of feels like it's dissipated a little bit. And I've said all before, it's okay to teach launch angle, but not everybody's Mike Trout. Not everybody can hit that way. So if you're teaching someone to hit the same way you're teaching Mike Trout, you've now done a disservice to the kid because, and now you've got a whole generation of kids who got their swings messed up, like Scott Kingery. They try to teach him how to hit with launch angle. A lot of that stuff. Yeah, the hitters. Now, listen, again, I go back to these pitchers are throwing nasty stuff, nasty. When they're on, they're nasty, some of these guys. Nastier than, Greg Maddux is probably the best pitcher I've ever seen. Yeah. Didn't throw hard, but his stuff was moving all over the place. I mean, he could throw it wherever he wanted, and he had just nasty complimentary stuff, and he didn't walk anybody. So Greg Maddux, that guy, if I could create him over and over again, that's the guy I'm trying to go find. I don't need to find a guy throwing 140 pitches by the 5th inning because he can't throw strikes. I'm sighing at that dude.
Yeah, who's someone I think of who's like a perfect blend of old school and throws through hard? Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson became a much better pitcher later on in his career as he matured. Early in his career, he was just chucking 101 miles an hour left-handed at your face.
Right. But the dude threw gas. He was like 8 foot tall on the mound. He was frightening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we went down a road that we didn't really plan on.
Hey, we went down a dark, dark road, but it was fun. It was fun.
Let's hit on a couple other quickies. What else can I sigh at here?
I'm sure a lot, but I don't know. I want to talk NBA Finals. We can do that, I guess, as our last topic. How about this? What's going to be the headline and story from the weekend, Phillies wise? On Monday, what are you and I going to be debating and sighing about?
Good question. What are we going to be talking about? The lineup. Is the lineup now kind of in June? Is it like, we talked about this yesterday and today. Alec Boehm has kind of refound his footing. Okay, is he the hitter that he was the last 2 years? A guy who hits like 280, hits about 18 homers, drives in a bunch of runs. Has he kind of restabilized himself there? What other players are like, okay, it's June, I can start to fall? Like Brandon Marsh, believe it or not, his on-base percentage is up to 341. He's back in the lineup tonight.
He's turned it around since we talked about that walk-off, and it's been the grass has been greener for the moment that you bring him up.
Right, and then as we talked about in the first hour today, Real Muto's 30 points off of his batting average. He's way off his power numbers. Is there a surge coming? Stott has been dreadful. Is there a surge coming? Kepler has been brutal. Does he have all these guys? You're midway through June now. Will some of these guys, or Boehm has turned it around? Will somebody else kind of follow him? That'll be the story on Monday.
I hate being the Casty defender out of you and me, but Casty has turned it around. He's batting 340 in the last 13 games. He's second on the team in hits on the year, second in the team in RBI on the year. I mean, this is a guy that's, and with Harper out, that's my main key to this, is who can step up for the moment, for the weekend.
Yeah, I agree. Like, listen, I'm only tough on Castellanos because of my expectations, not because I think that he stinks. He does what he does, but they needed him to do more. He's doing what he does. That's a guy that should be hitting 7, 8, or 9, not 4 or 5. So in the 4 and 5 hole, his numbers are not good enough. In the 6, 7, 8 spot, you can have a Nick Castellanos. The problem is they have too many guys that should be hitting 6, 7, and 8, and not any players that should be hitting 4 or 5.
I'm going to give you my lineup. I actually made my lineup that I would prefer for this weekend with Harper out. Here it is. Stott 1, Turner 2.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
I am sighing at that.
I know. I don't love it either, but hear me out. Stott 1, Turner 2, Schwarber 3, Cassie 4, Boehm 5, JT 6, Sosa or Kepler 7, Kemp 8, Marsh or Rojas 9.
Yeah, I'm definitely, as soon as the stock came out, I lost the rest of what you said.
Come on, man.
I side at that big time. Now, I think Stott is major disappointment. No, I don't want to see him. For me, I go Turner. It stinks because Harper's not here, but Turner would be my one. Boehm.
Boehm, 2. Okay.
Probably Boehm and then Schwarber 3. And then you're basically just picking daisies.
Yeah, I like Cassie 4. I like Schwarber in the 3 hole with Harper out. We both agree on that.
Yeah. All right, well, I sigh at Stott. That's my sigh for the day.
That's fair. I honestly side him too. So
I think Stott might become my new Castellanos, where he just can't do anything right.
Nice. I look forward to it.
I won't go that far. You know why? Stott makes no money. He's not getting paid a damn thing. So you could stink like that if you're not getting paid. When you get $20 million and you walk in with a ski mask on and say, "Give me $100 million," and you do nothing for that $100 million, then I'm going to be tough on you. I'm sorry. That's just me.
NBA Finals. What do you think, man? How about TJ McConnell, former process Sixer?
The process has delivered championship players. Think about that.
I'll think about it over the weekend. I'll get back to you.
All right. When we're back, it's going to be 2-2, I think, and we got a series.
I'm with you.
All right, man. See you.
See you. Have a good weekend.
All right, there you go. Ryer Side for this Friday edition. When we come back, we're going to get into some birds, Eagles. We'll talk Eagles with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, and he covers the Phillies for CBS 3. We'll get a couple Phillies thoughts from him as well with Jeff Kerr from CBSSports.com when he joins me next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 5:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN's a Happy Hour Friday. A lot of text messages today, and I apologize. I haven't been able to get to all of them. We'll try to rapid fire some late in the game. It is a Happy Hour Friday. Let us know what you're having on a Happy Hour Friday. We're having a little Eagles withdrawal, but my man Jeff Kerr was at Eagles OTAs this week, and he's going to give us the withdrawal fix right now from CBS Sports. Covers the NFL. Also covers the Phillies for CBS 3. You can check out all his Phillies coverage and more at Jeff Kerr CBS on the Twitter X platform. And he's right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It's good to see you, my friend. What's going on, buddy?
Not much. Just wondering when all of a sudden inherited runners became a made-up baseball stat.
Inherited runners.
Yeah.
Phillies bullpen, what's the problem there?
Yeah, 2 or 3 guys do well in the Phillies bullpen, and all of a sudden ERA is not a stat, even though every front office uses ERA and strikeouts and, the actual basic stuff. But, how many inherited runners has the Ryan Kirkering given up since May 1st? They're not his runners.
Kirkering's been pretty good. Hey, I want to ask you a question. If you were to pick the all-time greatest Eagle, who's the face of the franchise for all time?
All time? Man, that's a good one. That's really good.
Well, let me give you the genesis of the conversation. Michael Rubin was asked a question about his Mount Rushmore for Philly sports. He said it was Dr. J, Allen Iverson, Mike Schmidt, and Jalen Hurts, to which people said you can't put a current player on, to which I said, listen, the Eagles are really hard. They won 2 Super Bowls. Their first Super Bowl doesn't really have a face. I mean, Nick Foles is kind of like a one-year story, great story, but more of like a movie, one-hit wonder than the all-time great. And now the new one has current players, to which some people say Jason Kelce, Brian Dawkins. I said, did they have enough success and whatever to say that is the face of the Eagles franchise?
It's funny, Mike. I still think I would go Chuck McNarick just because he was the last of the 60-minute men. The impact he had on the 49 team, the impact he had on the 1960 team. He kind of was, in a way, the Jason Kelce of that generation. But he played both ways, and he was a surefire Hall of Famer when he was done, just like Kelce was. I mean, but yeah, you're right. It's not like the Eagles have had that guy where you're like, all right, like, this is it. This is the guy. I mean, you could say Reggie White, but so many people claim he was a Packer just as much as he was an Eagle, and he left the Eagles and never won a championship here. So, yeah, it's really tough. I think overall I would go Bednarik. I can't go Jalen Hurts yet because the book hasn't been written yet. It's not fully finished.
I agree with that. Yeah, you're right. A lot of the Eagle greats either came and went and became something great somewhere else, or came here short time and then bolted. Like if you were to say T.O., he was only here 1 year. You can't really say, or 1.5 years. You can't really say him. But if he played like he did his first year for 10 years, boom. There you got your guy. They don't have like an all-time great running back. I mean,
they have some great ones though. Like
yes.
Durham was great, but people don't remember him.
That and you got LaShawn McCoy as the all-time leading rusher in the franchise. He's not the face of the franchise though.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? This is a good one. So I got to do the Eagles quarter-century team next week, right? And it was funny. Like before, probably this year. I say, well, Donovan's the quarterback. It's Jalen. There's no doubt about it.
I think Jalen Hurts is trending to become the face of the organization all time if he continues on the path that he's on. If the team continues to win, they get to another Super Bowl, they win another Super Bowl, whatever, he wins at the clip he's winning at in 7 years from now, you're going to look back and say Jalen Hurts was the greatest player in the history of the franchise.
It is funny. Like, he kind of – not like he's there yet, but it does feel like he's on a Tom Brady type track. Yeah, he lost his first Super Bowl, but he keeps winning and he keeps getting back there. And remember in Brady's early years, they're like, yeah, Brady's good, but he's carried by his defense or this, or the team's good. Well, hold on a second. Was the team? Jalen Hurts is still really good, just like Tom Brady was.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, you were at OTAs. Let's get give me your top 3 observations from the day that you were there of things that made you say, okay, I saw that, and now I want to see more.
Do you want them from Tuesday or do you want from the 3 practices.
Yeah, just from the 3. If you were to say, hey, from these 3 practices, I took this from those 3 practices.
Well, the safety position to me, I mean, this is just my opinion here. I want to see more, and I want to see if they add somebody, right? Like, Sidney Brown was the first-team guy for a lot of it. But they put Andrew Makuba back there with Reed Blankenship. Vic Fangio kind of revealed like he's not afraid to try Cooper DeJean back there. He's mentioned Tristan McCullum in that. I don't think that other safety position they're as worried about. I'm not as worried about after seeing it. That'd probably be my first observation. But would it shock you at all if Justin Simmons was brought in before training camp?
Wouldn't shock me, but I'm almost wondering, I don't want to say I'm wondering. I would almost say the word is I'm hopeful that they don't have to.
That's kind of how I am, right? It's like I think they want Makuba to do it, but I don't know if he's ready yet. But again, we didn't really know Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean were ready yet until they were actually ready, and knew they could play.
I think you want, whenever you draft a guy, and Adam Kaplan said this earlier, when you draft a guy in the second round, you want him to start and you want him to be the guy, and that I think is what we all want to see is, hey, okay, they've got this guy that they drafted in the second round. Let's hope that he ends up being an impactful player.
Exactly, and that's how I feel. I'm on the same rope as Adam is on this one. Like, yeah, they want this guy to play. They want to see this guy succeed. That's why you draft him that high. So, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they signed Simmons, but I think that'd be more for depth. But I don't think they need the depth. That they have Makuba, Sidney Brown, Joseph McCollum, and you could put Cooper DeJean back there as well. Like, how many safeties do you need?
So when you saw the safeties at practice, did you leave saying they might have a problem, or do you leave saying, I think the answer's here?
I feel better about it. I'll say that. Like, I still don't know what they have the answer, but I'm not as concerned. I saw enough from the 3 guys in shells and shorts that, okay, like, I think they'll get by. I think they'll be fine here. Like okay. You could afford to trade C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Give me your thoughts on edge rusher.
Yeah, see, this is my second observation. Look, I don't think Nolan Smith or Jay Alexander are going to be a problem at all this year. I think that they'll be pretty good, especially when Nolan gets back. It might take him a bit, but I think Jay Alexander's going to have a good year. This is what I'm worried about, Mike. What happens if one of these guys get hurt? Even Azeez Ujulari and Josh Uche. Where's the depth at on this unit?
Well, I think, number one, if Hunt wins the job and he's the guy, they're, I guess, get your thoughts on this, hoping that Uche and Ojulari are 2 veteran guys that are behind him.
I've heard a lot of players talk well about Uche. And look, Uche's had success. I mean, he had 11 sacks one year with the Patriots. Like, I ranked him as one of my top 20 pass rushers one year. So I know he can play, but he's been not good the last couple of years. And I know he wasn't fit in Kansas City. I asked Steve Spagnuolo this at the Super Bowl. He just said, like, not fit. So, okay, not a fit. Maybe he's a fit here. And maybe Vic Fangio and, Jeremiah Washburn, these guys can get, what they need out of him. But, yeah.
How much stock do you put into the fact that, I think that fans just assume that you come to Philadelphia and the coaching's better and everything's better and you're just going to be better?
I mean, yeah, part of that's true.
Is that a fair take?
I mean, yeah, but they couldn't get it with Bryce Huff. So, I mean, you've had some misses there. But Josh Uche's not a $17 million a year miss either. Like, you can afford to get rid of this guy if you have to. That's what I said.
Think about this, Jeff. They have reappropriated the funds from putting money into edge rushers, and now I think they're only paying about $5, $6, $7 million for their whole edge rushing core.
It's weird, right? But again, you're going to be paying your edge rushers at some point because I assume they're going to pay Nolan Smith. I assume if Jay Alexander keeps going the trajectory he's on, they'll pay him. I mean, they're hitting these guys, right, Mike? But this is the position I feel like Darius Smith would look good here, or even a 36-year-old Von Miller for depth. But if you really, really want to go crazy, Trey Hendrickson.
Well, Trey Hendrickson and then, of course, T.J. Watt, both those guys, you want to go invest and make that big swing there. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. That will be interesting. Do you think there is still one more big move, or is this the team? Because I asked that question with Howie's history of making trades, training camp.
Define big move, though. Do you
someone they bring in that will get considerable snaps?
Like Zadarius Smith. Would you consider that a big move?
Sure. I mean, anybody that would come in here and be a part of the either starting or rotational snaps.
Yeah, then yes. I still say there's a free agent signing or two they could make. They have
someone that's supplanting someone that's currently in a role that they would play.
Yeah. And look, I think they will bring in an edge rusher at some point this summer. They might trade for one. I mean, it could be Trayvon Walker. And I wouldn't mind that either, to be honest with you. I think that would help them. I think he could start. I think he could be a good number 3 edge rusher for them behind Smith. Look, this is my concern. Any one of these guys gets hurt. Like, on paper, I'm not crazy about it. But I think you can get by with Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, Azeez Ujulari, Josh Uche, Patrick Johnson, whoever you want to put it. Jahai Campbell, if they do move, whoever you want to put out there, right? But one of these guys gets hurt, it's like the Phillies with relief pitcher. Okay, yeah, it looks good on paper, but one of these guys gets hurt, all of a sudden you're in a big pickle.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Saquon Barkley's entering his prime. Is that what he told you? And if that's the case, can we expect a bigger year from Barkley?
It's going to be hard because he is coming off the 2,000-yard season. By the way, Mike, I have to – everybody jokes like I'm going to pat myself on the back for this, but I am. I gave Saquon an idea on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I asked him if, you talked to Derrick Henry, if you talked to Barry Sanders, you're close to these guys, Jamal Lewis, like, they're 2,000-yard rushers. What did they do? Did you talk to them about what they did to prepare to revise for next year? And he's like, ain't a bad idea. So, I'm sure he's close to Derrick Henry, so I'm assuming he's going to talk to him about it. And, I'm curious to follow up on that next time I see him. So, probably at Devonta Smith softball game in a couple of weeks. So, I'll follow up with him on that. But, yeah, look, if there's anybody that can do it, I think it's him. And I think he is going to talk to Derrick Henry because Derrick Henry did run for 1,900 yards last year, and he was on pace to run for, I believe it was 1,800 the year after 2000 before he hurt his foot and was out for the season. So, Derrick Henry was having success after that year. So, look, if he feels good, and look, here's another stat for you, Mike. There have been 7 running backs that have gotten 480-plus touches in the season. This is including the postseason. All of them had good years the year after it. There's only one that did. Sorry, 6 of them did. There's only one that didn't. That was Jamal Anderson. He tore his ACL in the 3rd game of the year. But he had a good start to 99, so you don't know.
All right, Jeff, you mentioned Devontae Smith. Is there a receiver behind Smith and Brown that we should keep a closer eye on?
Well, Jahan Dotson, obviously. He's the 3. He's had a really good spring. And look, this is what happens when you have a full year in the offense, a full year in the system. You're not getting traded, 10 days before the season starts. It's like, oh, by the way, learn the offense. And then people are wondering, well, why isn't Jahan Dotson getting anything? Well, still learning. And I think you saw in the playoffs how comfortable he was. And look, he's going to be a good 3rd receiver for them. But Terrence Marshall is the guy.
So keep an eye on Terrence Marshall. Well, on that note,
and Danny Gray. Danny Gray, that's another one too.
Okay, Danny Gray and Terrence Marshall. Terrence Marshall, by the way, was a former 2nd-round pick. Keep an eye on him. On that note, Dotson got traded here last year. He would be that move that, hey, they traded for somebody last year. That's the kind of move I'm talking about. Now, it didn't really make a big impact to last year's team per se, but
it did in the playoffs.
I say, per se, it did in the playoffs, but during the regular season, I don't think that their season would have been any different had Dotson not been here. That being said, Dotson now gets the full offseason, the full everything. Zach Bond made an interesting comment on Blankenship and Cooper DeJean's podcast saying, hey, the fact that now they know the defense, they know the terminology, they know all. He said, this time last year, we were lost. We didn't know anything. How big of a possibility of a deal is that now this is year 2 and they all know the defense?
You can say that on the offensive side of the ball too, right? Remember, this was the time last year Jalen Hurts said 95% of the offense was new. And he wanted to get that message out there. That's what we were talking about this time last year. And I think the same applies to defense. Everything was new last year, but they grew into that. And I think the coaching staff did a good job at acclimating them as the year went on. Now it's, okay, we can go nuts here because we have these players that they've been in this system a year. They know their roles. They know what to do. It's just finding the right pieces. Remember the old saying, Mike, when Vic Fangio said, "Yeah, I can have any good scheme I want, but good players make the scheme."
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Zach Baun is a guy that was learning the whole system, changing positions this year. Now he's like, hey, I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing. He said they're way ahead of where they were a year ago at this time. So that was a nice positive thing to hear about. You know what? I didn't even think of that. Of all these guys who are now here for the second year in this, and you mentioned Kevin Batula. He's been here for 5 years, which is something that Nick Sirianni brought out. Real quick, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, covers the Phillies for CBS 3 as well, and obviously has the podcast with Oscar. You guys, after Sunday night, you see a team that obviously gets swept by Pittsburgh. Then they win 2 out of 3 against the Cubs. It seems that this is like a roller coaster. 9 out of 10. Now you start to play better. Give me an observation on this Phillies team from you on where we are in this season, because it seems like it's all over the place. They stink. They don't have enough this. Their bullpen's not any good. Their lineup's not deep enough, yada, yada, yada. Is all of this overreaction, or do you have something that you would like to tell the listeners to kind of calm them down, or are they valid in their up and down this?
I think too many people are waiting for the Titanic to sink, truly. And I get the sense from that from around the clubhouse as well. Like, not that they think the Titanic's going to sink, because that's not the case at all, but I think people overreact to just every baseball loss like it's an Eagles loss, and you just can't do that. Look, yeah, there are concerns with this team. There are concerns with center field. There is concerns with the bullpen. They don't have the middle relief. They need a back-end guy. You know this, but it's not happening today. It's not. Like, just because Aaron Savali got traded doesn't mean moves are being made. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
He wanted out. He wanted out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look, I can say this. The Phillies.
He wanted out, and they sent him to the White Sox. There you go. You want out? Go play over there, pal.
Yeah, I can say this. The Phillies will be having their player evaluations around the minor leagues coming up, right? Scouts are starting to watch. I was at Reading last night. Scouts are starting to watch players. So, again, they will be talking. Things will be moved. They're going to be aggressive this trade deadline. I have no doubts about that. They would like to get a center fielder. I'm not saying Justin Crawford's the answer here. I'm not. Like, I love Justin Crawford. I think he'll be up at some point, but they want to get a center fielder. They want to get a right-handed bat. They want to get relief pitching, probably 2 guys. They really don't need that much. I think you got to rely on what you got right now. Like, Alec Bone's been hitting since May 1st. Trey Turner's been hitting pretty much all year. I mean, yeah, am I concerned about the power numbers? Absolutely, but the power bat you really get. And at the end of the day, like, you got to rely on your players to actually do what they're paid to do.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS 3 for the Phils, CBS Sports for the NFL and the Eagles, and, of course, right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, buddy, we'll talk to you.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, Mike.
All right, there's Jeff Kerr, everybody, here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff does a great job covering the Phils and the Eagles and the NFL for CBS Sports. All right, when we come back, it's today's Bet 365 play of the day to get you ready for the weekend. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. All right, 5:54, getting out of here on a happy hour Friday. It is the Bet365 play of the day, Josh, and I think we hit the bingo last night. Hit you 2 for 2, I think.
Yeah, you hit the parlay again, Mike Gill, and because of that, Tigers, Astros, that's a winner. You're now 179, 122, and 1.
Yep. By the way, you play those plays, do what you want with them. Don't blame me if I lost. Thank me if you win. You've been doing a lot of winning, though, right? A lot of winning.
Very good record.
I got the Pacers is what I'm going with. Pacers, Sunday night. You can listen to the game, 97.3 ESPN. And I'm half tempted. They're a 6-point dog at home. Is the game Sunday night?
It's tonight.
What did I say? It's tonight, right? I would say the game's not Sunday. It's tonight.
It's tonight.
The next game would be tonight's game.
The next game would be Monday.
Right. That's why I was like, wait a second. It's not Sunday night. The game is tonight because I remember there's a big layoff. Yeah, I'm half tempted to think I wouldn't mind going Pacers outright. But I'm just going to take the Pacers as a 6-point home dog tonight. Okay? I'm done rolling the Pacers out. I think even if they lose the game tonight, it's within 6. But if you want to get a little frisky, how about a little Pacers outright for you? That's not my official pick. I'm taking the Pacers number, okay? It's the final game night up next, right here on 97.3 ESPN. Why is it the final game night? Well, Josh will explain to you. Coming up, plus he's got Andy McNamara on the program as well. Happy Hour Friday to one and all out there. Hopefully you enjoy it. We'll talk to you Monday on the Sports Bash.